really important to have a plan and understand what your goals are.
In fact, my camel out there is suffering right now with a broken back.
So I actually found Pepe when it was only a couple of hours old, and I'm like, oh, this is a funny meme.
Oh my god.
Yo! Who is this degen?
The old man is swing trading over years at a time. And it's like, that's where the real money is made.
The answer is a permanent loss. With single-sided staking, you don't have to worry about impermanent loss.
Really, at the end of the day, it's just a matter of a macro market. It's just what happens.
If you're aware, if you're disciplined, you can hone that into further financial growth.
Financial freedom, so we can actually live life and not have to be constantly living paycheck to paycheck. I mean, that's the ultimate goal, more or less, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, crypto degenerates, ducks and squirrels, welcome, welcome, welcome. It is our normal Whiskey Wednesday show. Today we're doing something a little bit different, and I'm not entirely sure what's going on with my name or thumbnail. Can I switch over to Campfire Stories? It's not letting me switch. Son of a bitch. We are trying to figure out the production side here. Let's see if I can play a commercial interlude for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PulseChain Tour Masters Golf Tournament 2024. Zenith is making his approach to the green on this sudden death playoff between himself and Reginald Gerald III, who already completed his putt for birdie. Zenith needs to make this putt right here in order for...
So we've got an incredible lineup. Really excited to have the first hour here is going to be many testimonials of people, and so you'll get a great flavor for lots of people here in the Hex and PulseChain ecosystem. So really excited. Go ahead and hit the like and subscribe button and share this out. Welcome to the 6th Annual HEX Conference.
And we're live.
Okay, so I can play with the volume.
And we're live.
We're live like Mati Allin. We're live like Mati Allin.
And we sticking the hex, cause you know it's the best.
We're live like Mati Allin. We're live like Mati Allin.
And we ripping the hex.
Man, I'm giving this my best fucking go.
We're live like Mati Allin.
And we sticking the hex, cause you know it's the best.
We're live like Mati Allin. We're live like Mati Allin.
And we ripping the hex. Cause you know it's the best.
We're live like Mati Allin. Crypto Twitter been crazy.
All these weekends on my timeline, you should try to pay me.
We're live like Mati Allin.
Welcome.
Hey, Maddie, how you doing? Happy 6th Annual HEX Conference. Good to be here.
Thanks so much. Glad to have you on Wrecked on Crypto. And would you want me to be on screen with you here, or you want to go solo?
Yeah, let's go solo. I'll just go through my journey through crypto and Hex and with Richard Hart, and we'll kind of kick it off from there.
Perfect. I'll give you the floor for 5 minutes here.
All right. Thanks, Maddie. Hey, everyone. How's it going? For those who don't know me, I am Rec. No pun intended. You could just call me Joe. But I started my crypto journey in late 2014, 2015, solely as a Bitcoin investor. But as most, Bitcoin was kind of boring, just like holding it, nothing really to do with it. But as my degenerate self, I explored other means to do with my Bitcoin. So I joined, this dApp where you deposit your Bitcoin. It's called Bust a Bit. It was like the first moon game that was like ever created, which was, kind of fun at the time, but it was a means to an end for me. And I think, later on in my journey, I found through Ethereum in 2017, programmable money, smart contracts, and coming from a finance background, I was very interested, obviously, right? And I came during a weird time during Ethereum. It was like the CryptoKitties, ICO boom. It feels like there was a dApp launching like every single day, but it was exciting and it kept me engaged. And I would say fast forward a little bit, in 2018, I was going through some stuff mentally, and I think I just wanted to better myself. And I accidentally came across a gentleman, Richard Hart. And I think a lot of the content that I saw from him aligned with a lot of the same values that I was looking for, trying to better myself, And I think at that time, the first video I think I saw was how to give a good apology, right? But not just an apology, trying to, you know, build up and kind of build a foundation of how to give a better apology, right, with some substance. I think that resonated with me a lot. I'm like, hey, this is kind of cool. Maybe I should start following this guy. And I think the next video I saw was why school sucks, and how that 90% of the information that you get in school, you're not going to apply to your daily life. And that's me right now. Anything that I want to learn, whether it's video editing or anything that I want to teach myself in my daily life, I'll just do the research myself. So I could relate directly to his philosophy there as a prime example. And then naturally, I was exposed to other cryptocurrencies through Richard's, you know, and he was actually launching Hex, and that's how I became, you know, familiar with what Hex was. And a lot of the fundamentals and tokenomics initially actually brought me there. You know, the certificate of deposit, the first one on the blockchain addressing a $2 trillion market. I'm like, all right, I'm in. But then I started to dig a little bit deeper, and, you know, the reward system, the fixed 3.69 inflation rate, which was lower than Bitcoin at the time, and how the inflation was actually delayed, because if people don't know how Hex works or how the Hex inflation works being distributed, it would get tackled or tacked onto your Hex stake, and it's redeemed at the end of the stake. So the inflation is delayed, which I like that. And I think the biggest component to Hex at that time, and which I kind of knew, I mean, the T-share rate initially was, I guess, confusing to most, but I was one of the first people to actually understand what T-share system was. Pretty much T-shares is your slice of, you know, the Hex inflation, the rewards, penalties, that's redeemed at the end of your stake. But the one key aspect of a T-share that I grew towards was the profitability checker, where it would check if a Hex stake is profitable towards the end. And if it was, it would ratchet up the T-share accordingly, so that if you wanted to stake the same amount of principal going forward, you know, you would actually have to pay a little bit of a premium. So I was really inclined, and I was really interested in that whole system. And it made me obviously excited when the adoption amplifier started going on. And I was actually kind of bummed I didn't get on day one at the time. But after, I wasn't so upset seeing how much ETH came in that day. So I think the first day I actually put ETH in was like in day 2. And I got in every single day after that. I think I got up to day 90, and every single day just started putting a little bit in, a little bit in. And then at one point, I was actually starting to get a little desperate. So I went to this garbage exchange, BuyDesk at the time, and had no liquidity. I think I bought up the order book like 4 times, and the price even got down to like half a sat or something. But it was really interesting, and I think few people were like mad because they didn't have no supply to buy off the market. And you know, but then, you know, a lot of tools were being built around Hex initially, right? There was, you know, a lot of graphs and visualizations of like when Hex stakes were ending, and I think that grew my interest even more. I'm like, wow, maybe there's something special here, right? So you could position yourself around big stakes before or after, whatever you wanted to do, right? And then, you know, if euphoria started catching on with the rest of the community, the price ran up 10,000x. APY was like 40 to 60%, and I'm like, all right, when is this going to end, right? Euphoria is pretty real, right? But then over time, everything kind of came down, you know, where we are now. Price is down, you know, 90+%. APY is like 3% because of the OA stake in his bags. But I don't really get I don't get too caught in the APY, because, you know, the APY is reflective of, you know, price performance and token appreciation. So if you 5x the token price, you 5x the APY. So I'm not really worried about that. But, you know, right now people are still in disbelief and upset, you know, and I can understand that. It makes perfect sense. But let's look at the macroeconomics overall. It's not great, especially with retail sentiment. In Richard Hart's case, the SEC and Interpol, ETH BTC, which is my pretty much indicator of alt season, whether it's coming or not. So all these, you know, these are causing us to be where we're at now. And, you know, the good news is that, you know, the SEC was dead. I was there, witnessed that spanking in court. By the way, it was really hot in that courtroom. I felt like we were all rotisserie chickens. You could have fried an egg on the floor, but it was fun to watch. But, since then, a lot of optimism has come into the, Hex PulseChain ecosystem. But I feel like a lot of the black cloud is still there, right? I mean, if you think about it, ETH actually went to a similar thing what PulseChain is going on right now. And I don't think a lot of people are talking about this. But back in 2018, ETH was at $1,400. And, you had the Bitcoin bros, haters, calling ETH a scam, this, that. And then it went down to $80, which is a 95% drop. And that was 3 years after ETH's launch. So, you didn't hear too much at the top, but now it feels like, it's easier to step on someone's head when they're drowning, right? And I think that's where PulseChain is right now. Almost 3 years since launch, down 95%. So it kind of sounds the same, right? So I think that I don't get caught too much in the rhetoric when it comes to negative sentiment. I'm a contrarian. I go the opposite of the herd. That's how I've always been in my life. But, I want you to think of it a little bit holistically for a second, right? So we just had the ProveX sacrifice, right? And $16 million came in before the OA sacrificed his bags, but we'll leave it to entity for now. But $16 million came in with all these macro conditions that are bad, right? Now, if you think about what's $16 million, let's just say it was the factor in a net inflow of $16 million, that's a 500x in Hex price. Things like $1.40 or something like that. Not to mention, all the cores pump about 60x in the process. So, I mean, like in 21 days, and this happened with everything that's going on in the markets, you got to be a little optimistic and be a little patient. So I guess, where do we go from here? What happens now? Just stick to the fundamentals of what brought me here in the first place, all the tools that are here on PulseChain. And even if you want a derivative hex stakes, Hedron exists. So all these, tools are in place. And I think that if you have a little bit of an open mind, you may see a little bit of the benefit that's to come. So that's my journey. I just try to focus on the fundamentals. That's why I'm still here. Take it from someone who's been here for a little over 11 years. Don't get caught up in a negative sentiment. And, brighter days will come. So I'll leave you with that. And thank you, Mati, for giving me the time to speak a little bit today. It was fun. And I'll catch you guys soon.
Yeah, thanks so much for being on, and great testimonial. Up next, we'll have Neil for T-shares. Thanks again, Rect.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Hey there.
Hey, Mati, how's it going, man?
Good. You're a builder in the space for PulseChain, and longtime community member. Super glad to have you on the stream here. And are you going to be going solo or with me?
I'll stay with you. We can dialogue. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, I'm Neil for T-shares. Been here a long time, and I got in around in Hex. I think I heard about Richard around probably May in 2021, and I was watching some streams like everybody else, learning about crypto, just trying to educate myself, reading and listening what Richard had to say after I found him. I think he was on one of the banter shows or something like that, just talk to people, and he had made a lot of sense. That guy's got a good head and shoulders. And so I learned about Hex like everybody else, and entered the system, and learn about the T-shares, and the T-shares made a lot of sense to me. I kind of got it how they work fundamentally, and the power of the T-shares is a really good thing. So Hex was a very good inspiration for me in its modeling and how the fundamental valuation and the inflation works and all that stuff. It made a lot of sense, and I really appreciated what Richard built. When he built it, I went in early, but it's fine. I got in like made my stakes at like a nickel or a dime, whatever it was. Made my 5.555s like everybody else, because we believe in Hex and how it will perform in the future. So that was a very good thing for us. And then like everybody else, I came in. We we did the whole sacrifice sets for PulseChain, PulseX, and stuff, and the like, and now ProveX, and we're here. We're in the community, and we are DeFi, enthusiasts and DeFi, participants. And we, as on this chain, I know our chain seems to be gate kept, and there's no doubt about it. PulseChain is like whatever reason, we're the black sheep of crypto. I don't know why. You can weird chains with weird animal names. They get listings on Coinbase. Here we are with years of good operational, fundamental, strong, technical and decentralized support and infrastructure, and yet we can't get any respect. And it's a shame. It's really a shame. We have, less than $10 million of volume a day on PulseChain. And that's really, really just unbelievable considering all the wonderful DeFi tools we have. We have the previous guy said, we have all these lending tools and, staking tools and all the stuff. And yet we can't get any traction. And I would like to just bring up this point about Hex, and not just Hex in general, because we're all Hex holders and Hex users and stakers. But we have an opportunity to use our Hex for other things. You don't always have to stake it. There's a lot of tools that have been built on Hex. They can be put to use. And so the concept of having idle capital in your wallet, just sitting there waiting for Richard or whoever to come in and pump your bags, is not really forward thinking. If it's sitting idle, it's not earning anything. You can stake Hex. I know the staking rate's down now. I understand that. But use other tools, other things you can utilize to move forward and build your bags. And so Hex was the inspiration for us in True DeFi in this staking model to make what we made. And we appreciate what Richard built. And we said, that's a good idea. I wonder if we could do it another way. And so we moved forward and, we built, True DeFi, True 2X, and on the simple premise of, staking, in this case, Pulse, and earning more Pulse. And in our system, we want to use our system to buy more Hex off the market for everybody, to benefit everybody's bags. And we have an integration amplifier program that'll buy these Hex off the market as people participate. It don't cost them any extra money. And so these are the things in DeFi that we're trying to bring to the table. And and we work really hard. And I'll quote my buddy Fast Abdul about this. When I had the last interview with him, he said, I think y'all de-Ponzi the Ponzi, because everything's a Ponzi in the world. Real estate and stocks, bonds, and Social Security. But come up with solutions and ways to bring and close liquidity loops and bring fresh capital into any type of DeFi system is important. And we've done that with True DeFi, True 2X, and we appreciate the support. We got 32 billion Pulse day one on our on the entries. Yeah, it was a lot. It was way more we ever could have dreamed. It was beyond our wildest dreams, and we appreciate the community's efforts and support. But we appreciate what Richard's built and a chain that we can build on, and that's important. Because it's a wonderful place, and we have a wonderful community. And I would encourage everybody to, as DeFi users and Hex users and Hex holders, use the tools that are out there. They're really good tools. Don't sit on your bags. You can make more Hex. You can make other yield with it. You can use LP tools. There's V3 liquidity options. Put your Hex to work. Put your tokens to work. And if y'all feel free, you can come True DeFi, put your Pulse to work and earn more Pulse. That's where we are. That's what we do, and that's why we're here. We want to build, and we want to thank the community for supporting us, and we want to thank you, Maddie, for posting this space, this conference, because it's a lot of work. I know, man. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of time, dedication, and you've done a lot for the community, and you've done a lot to support this chain, and I really appreciate that. And we appreciate everyone here. And if y'all need anything, our Telegram is always open. You can check us out online, but let's make Hex great. Let's make PulseChain great. Let's work together and let's make this community move forward and make PulseChain one of the bright, shining examples in DeFi and crypto.
Let's go. Yeah, I love that attitude. And we've seen Hex, at low points before, and the conferences and the OA buying and the community really being in it for the right reasons, for True DeFi, for building out an entire ecosystem around Hex. Yeah, it's that's what this is all about. So I want to thank you, Neil, for coming on the conference here. And do you have anything else to say before you let people know where to find you?
what was it, the quote from Batman, it's always darkest before the dawn, right? And that's where we are. We can see the macro, we see what's coming, liquidity injections and stuff from the Fed. It's about to hit. Be patient, be wise, don't get wrecked, take your time, do your own research, and take a step back, because you talk about sudden wealth syndrome and stuff like that. Don't get too excited, but yet also don't write it back down again either. Take your profits and be smart, right? And but yeah, you can find me. I'm on YouTube. We are at TrueDeFi.io as our links to all our socials. You can go to the website, and I'm at work number 4 crypto also, and Neil for crypto on X. So just hit me up. Any questions? DM me. Glad to talk to you about anything. We talk about all kinds of stuff in chat, not just True DeFi stuff. We talk about macroeconomics and ways to be safe in wallets and stuff. Seed phrase, security, all the things. We try to just talk about being smart, and also being smart LP providers as well.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, thanks so much for being on, and looking forward to having you back in the future. Up next, we have a 2-minute clip from Tom Gillespie. So thanks for being on, Neil.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Makers, meme coiners, fellow lost souls, we have traveled far. From the deserts of DeFi to the icy hellscapes populated by online crypto bros. From NFT scams to cheese-based economies, from meme coin hype economics to fear and loathing in Euroland. Together, we've built something strange, something powerful, something entirely unmarketable. And now, as supreme founder of the decentralized filmmaker cult Indikin, a position I appointed myself to after a very transparent DAO vote, I come to you with this decree. Storytelling must be sovereign. No more permission slips from funding bodies who think Web3 is a spelling mistake. No more middlemen, gatekeepers, or YouTube algorithms telling us our 3-hour experimental documentary on JPEGs is not suitable for monetization. We take the camera, we mint the myth, we build on-chain, and we set the vibes.
The machine sets the price.
Now, the G'day token was not a failure. It was a glorious financial flameout that lit the path for the Indikin movement. The interviews, the shady DMs, the existential crisis online and offline, all part of the sacred filmmaker's right. And yes, my producers are still pissed at me. My Cameo account is demonetized. And yes, I may have tried to pay for a doner kebab and a testnet token. But what we created together was real.
We are Indikin, the cult of creators. We shoot, we mint, we reflect.
Sometimes we cry on the timeline, in the casino, and in hotel bathtubs. That's okay. So if you're watching this and your heart burns with the desire to tell stories that make no financial sense, but have infinite cultural value, you know where to find us.
The house might always win, but now together, we are the house.
That was a good one. Yeah, definitely laughing out loud over here. Up next, we have a pre-recording from another person who's, it's the middle of the night for them, 4 a.m. or whatever. This is from Sick Alpha with the I spelled as a 1, one of the major Twitter influencers that is in the Hex and PulseChain ecosystem and is pioneering the reply guy strategy to get the PulseChain badge, PulseChain conference badge logo seen by millions and millions of people. He had I think at least 16 million impressions last month. So a shout out to him. And here's his recorded video for the HEX conference.
Well, hi everyone. Hello, PulseChain. My name is Sick Alpha. As some of you may know, some of one are new. I'm on PulseChain for the past 2 years. Came after a sacrifice. A huge shout out for HEX PulseChain community. Thanks to Mati, to everyone involved in this conference. Few words from me about PulseChain, where we are, what I believe we should expect, or where we should go. PulseChain is basically forming a solid foundation right now. You know, we've been through some highs, we've been through some lows, without any leading, I would say, without any major, I would say, roadmap. But yeah, right now things are settling down. We're settling down. We have a lot of great products launching on PulseChain. A lot of great stuff is going on with Hex. Hex community is getting stronger. We have some fresh blood in Hex. Even myself, slowly turned into a, let's say, Hex fan. You know, a better form of Bitcoin. We have staking. We have a lot of great products. And we have a great bottom chart with a good feature. But yeah, what else I have to say? I believe the community is getting more mature. We have some on-chain action lately. And of course, Ethereum is our main priority right now that we are following up. Wow. What else I wanted to say? You know, I thought that those 6 minutes will go way longer. Yeah, I'm basically a trencher. Yeah, a few words about myself, about my journey. I started with low capital, with most of I would say meme coin traders, degens that are daily trenching on PulseChain, and grow my way up from there, basically from the zeros until here. Very blessed for a PulseChain community, for everyone that is keeping this mission, you know, for a better decentralization, for a better privacy, better products. We are fighting our way to freedom, and for everyone that is keeping their conviction in PulseChain. A few words about Hex. I never had any Hex, honestly, and I was into PulseChain because of the people, and lately, shortly after that, I found about Richard and the whole Hex history. And recently, I really got curious about the whole Hex community, and I have to say it's pretty strong. And I've seen a lot of people from outside and a lot of people that got later into PulseChain really started to love Hex. So I believe we're set for a great feature. But yeah, I will keep it long short. Make sure to follow Mati. We have the HEX Conference X, we have the PulseChain X. Drop a like, follow them. Make sure to stay active. It's great that we have finally the PulseChain X that is active constantly, and we have updates, we have rates. That's amazing. Also follow me if you want, Sick Alpha. I'm dropping bombs on everything inside PulseChain, outside, about Hex, about some meme coins, about potential gems, about everything in crypto. Even for the X outreach, we've hit like 40 millions in 2 weeks of impressions. Yeah. Thank you, Mati, for this opportunity. Huge thanks for everyone that is still on PulseChain and fighting for the blockchain success, for everything that we've been through. We deserve definitely a big win. We have a lot of stuff coming up in 2026, so lock in. Thanks, everyone, and see you on chain. Peace.
All right, we heard from Sick Alpha, and as you heard, he said lock in, so let's go. Up next, we have a 7-minute talk from Matt Phoenix, and looking forward to this one as well. Here we go with him, and then we'll have Jerry Oaksmith, I believe, and then we'll have Tim until 5 minutes before the start of the next hour. Boom.
I want to say thank you to the PulseChain conference and especially to Mati Allin for the incredible amount of work he's put in over the past 5 years to help build, organize, and support this community. I also want to thank all the other crypto community members and influencers who've already shared their thoughts and insights here at the conference, and those who are still yet to come. This space exists because of people willing to think, build, challenge, and contribute. My name is Matt Phoenix. My first crypto wallet was created in 2012. There's no crypto in that wallet. But that experience gave me something more important than coins. It gave me perspective. My first real experience with Richard Hart products was participating in the day one adoption amplifier. That moment changed how I understood crypto could actually be. Most people think crypto is about charts, price, and volatility. But underneath all that, crypto is really about financial system design. Who gets rewarded? Who pays fees? Who controls the rules? Who benefits from time, patience, and conviction? In good crypto, rules can't be changed. Supply can't be audited. Systems run without permission or central control. Richard Hart has built those type of cryptos. But technology alone doesn't create a good financial system. Incentives do. And that's where Richard Hart fundamentally separated himself from most of crypto. Richard Hart's core breakthrough is to reward time. Most crypto projects reward bad behavior, overtrading, panic selling, hype cycles, short-term thinking. Richard Hart, the cryptos he's built, rewards long-term thinking. The most powerful wealth building tools all reward time. Certificates of deposits, bonds, retirement accounts, they reward patience, consistency, and delayed gratification. HEX was designed to bring that principle fully on chain. That was new and historical. It worked. HEX became one of the fastest appreciating blockchain assets ever in its early years, not because of utility hype, but because incentives were aligned with human behavior. Now, human behavior also has created the volatility that we're in right now. The monster dip happened because people sell. They're allowed to sell. The contract still has incentives for the holders to get the coins of the people that early and stake and pay penalties. After HEX, Richard Hart expanded the same design philosophy into an entire ecosystem. What separates Richard from most founders is he didn't approach crypto as a developer first. He approached it as a system designer. He studied game theory, behavioral finance, time preference, and wealth psychology. He also asked the community for their input. He talks relentlessly about self-custody, transparency, and personal responsibility. His products don't require belief in him. They run whether he is involved or not. Code doesn't need permission. It doesn't care about sentiment. It only cares whether it works. What matters long-term isn't comfort. It's whether systems continue to operate. HEX has run continuously. PulseChain processes transactions every day. PulseX clears trades every day. Markets fluctuate, but code remains. Crypto is still early. Most projects will disappear, but the ones that survive will be the ones that reward long-term behavior, align incentives, maximize trust, and give individuals true ownership. That's exactly what Richard Hart's been building. From my empty wallet in 2012 to the day one adoption amplifier, I stand here today understanding why longer-term thought processes work better in crypto. What kept me involved wasn't hype. It was seeing financial systems designed to work with human nature instead of against it. And that's why this ecosystem matters. What also kept me involved in the Richard Hart projects is the community. Without communities, that's when systems and cryptos die. Our community is strong. I go to every possible live group event that I can go to. Hopefully I've met many of you. I don't really come online because online can be fake, but in real life, I see who's really here, who's really committed, who really shows up. Online, anybody can, some of the biggest online cheerleaders disappear and they're gone. Think about it. That you can think of all of the biggest online cheerleaders and they're still gone. And the quiet ones I met in real person, when I go back again next year, they're still there because the community is real. Every time I go to a community event, I see new people that I've never met before that have been around this whole time. That's a lot of confidence building for me. I'm looking forward to great times again in the future. The future does show up faster than you think. Your decisions in a bear market determine your positions in the next bull market. Best wishes to everybody. Good luck. Stay strong. Hold your convictions. I've been through more than one bear market. They don't stay forever. It feels like they do, but they don't. So you just have to have the conviction to know that the bottom of the bear markets in certain cryptos, it's not the end of life. It's just the time when you have to make the right decisions for a short period of time. You just have to still hold. You have to buy the bottom. The bottom is when no one's buying it. That's why it's the bottom. When enough people buy the bottom, it's no longer the bottom. So good luck, everyone. I'm glad to say my 2 cents and hopefully see you guys all in person next time. Cheers.
Awesome. Well, thanks to Matt the Phoenix for that awesome talk again this year. And up next, we're skipping to Timothy Benjamin. And so I'll bring him up now. Hey, Tim.
Hey, Matty. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Very well. Nice hat, by the way.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, you too.
I'm only wearing mine because I didn't have a chance to get freshened up and look good on the camera. So damage control.
Right on. Right on. Well, I think we got one more speaker coming in the last 5 minutes of the hour, but did you want to do your first part solo or with me on screen?
I'll tell you what, I'll just say, I'll talk and you come on when you want me to stop. Or if you want to interject or if you want to join me, you just come back on.
Perfect.
I can just take it from here until you're ready for your next segment or whoever.
Sounds great. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Cool. Well, hello, everyone, and welcome to the 6th Annual HEX Conference. And it has been quite a ride since the first HEX Conference, which was started by Mati and was established in relationship to an early Hexican that went by the name of Joe Hexotic. And if you were around back then and got to know this man's story and what he had been through and his relationship with Mati and how it brought this conference to be, it's really a testament to what Richard Hart has really started with this product. Not just the T-shares and not just the 10,000X and whatever other gains people may have made over the years, but the real human element that makes Hex the product that it is. And even with myself, I've been privileged to speak at the previous 5 conferences, and to be honest, I did not register to speak at this particular conference this year because honestly, I didn't feel like I had anything worth contributing. It's been a fairly challenging year for me, and I know that Richard's been a subject of criticism over the past year, and Matty's been a subject of criticism, and I've had my own share. But at the last minute, Mati reached out to me and reminded me that I've spoken at every conference, and he noticed I wasn't registered. And I told him I just didn't think I'd have anything worth it. And he encouraged me to come on anyway, because he appreciates the things that I bring to the table. So that really means more to me than probably a lot of things that have come from being in this space. This human element, this human connection that has been created among various individuals in the hex space is really priceless. I mean, people in the world wish they can have the kind of relationships and the kind of connections that have been developed among certain people in this community over the years. There's lots of other people that I've been privileged to get to know on a personal level because of my involvement with this product and with this community. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the backdrop image, I'm just noticing it now, it's a bunch of links of chains. Every other year, it's been some kind of hexagon pattern. This year, it's chain links. And I don't think that that's just a coincidence, that the real strength of the chain is the people that are involved in this community. And, you know, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. And when we start turning on each other and start accusing each other, it's only going to make everything that much more difficult for everybody else that's part of the chain. And this is one of the reasons I've never have lashed out publicly against anybody that I may disagree with. And quite frankly, if you get to know me, I pretty much disagree with everybody on at least one thing. But, you know, I don't allow those things to define how I relate to people, because being a part of this to me is bigger than just my own individual aspirations or what I would like to get from being a part of Hex and the PulseChain ecosystem. But we really have something very special that has been developing in this space over the years. And I've been in crypto since 2011. And I'm very familiar with pretty much all the coin founders and all of the attempts that people have made at trying to build community. I know, because that's something that I've been trying to do year after year after year. Sometimes it's been a little more challenging than others, but overall, I am just very happy with the results that we have going on to this point. And now that ProveX is about to finish up its sacrifice and the launch of that can be imminent, you know, I just have a feeling we are primed for 2026 to be an earth-shattering year. I mean, every day so far this year, it's just one element of good news after another for me personally, and I hope it is for all of you also. You know, it's nice to see Richard making a little bit more of an appearance on X with his postings and his videos. You know, I know that he had been out of sight quite a bit over this past year because of the whole SEC thing, but now that that's over, you know, it's like show no mercy. PulseChain is just going to take over, and it is just going to be merciless. Let's see. I just noticed a comment here by this McSlammin that fiat is a prison. The government is stealing your money by diluting its value. Your savings are being stolen. Hex and Pulse are the safe haven that will not be controlled by Wall Street. The SEC win is evidence. Absolutely. I couldn't have said it any better. You know, fiat is a prison because we, the American people, do not have a voice in how much money exists at any given time. And that's, you know, inflation is just, you know, it's a prison. And, you know, now, thanks to crypto, we have an alternative. And thanks to PulseChain, we have a public blockchain where anybody can be a validator and be a participant in upholding the integrity of the chain. And, you know, I don't know if these comments have been deleted, but somebody is saying that PulseChain is a scam. Well, I've been using PulseChain since day one, and I have not yet been scammed. Every transaction of mine has gone through. Nobody has done anything to undervalue me or to defraud me in any way. So, you know, we have products that have been running 100% uptime, 100% of the time without error. I don't know what people think they're looking for in this life, but there's not a whole lot that's available in this world that doesn't have some kind of maintenance needs or repairs. The things that Richard has invented is just next level productivity. And, you know, Hex has been working flawlessly for 6 years. You know, we wouldn't be having these conferences talking about this every year if this was not the case. And, you know, it's just been one heck of a ride. And in a way, it feels like it's just getting started. I mean, I remember when we were first making our 15-year stakes, you know, we were talking about, you know, what life would look like in 15 years. I mean, people were having kids back then, like hexologists. It's like, it's going to be interesting to see what life is going to be like when our 15-year stakes start coming to maturity. And we're almost halfway there. It's amazing. And it's all gone by so fast. So I encourage you, consider making long-term hex stakes. Put your money out there where it's working for you and you're earning trustless yield every day, just as the system was designed. And it really has a way of taking your focus off of the dilemmas of the present, whatever they might actually be. And delaying gratification is just a wonderful practice. And it's so contradictory to the way most of this world wants to operate. So, you know, with the things that have transpired in this community over the years, it's really something that is worth being part of. You know, there's a lady that goes by the name of Tam Tam, who is really a trooper in this space. And I'm really impressed with her level of commitment and her dedication to making this product successful. It doesn't take a whole lot of people to be consistent with buying the product, staking it, making a staking ladder in order to see some very worthwhile results again. You know, I remember Richard made a tweet a while back about Hex doing a 10,000x, and well, what if it did it again? It can do it again very easily. And we don't have to go begging for institutions and, you know, Fortune 500 corporations and other entities, governments, to pump our bags, as it were. That's just not necessary. The way Hex has been designed, you know, there's only so many T-shares that are available based on the amount of circulating Hex that is available, because you need Hex in order to acquire T-shares. And because the price of T-shares per Hex continuously goes up as people end stakes, well, then the less T-shares there are available over time because of the amount of hex that is available to stake in the first place. And, you know, it doesn't take a whole lot of people to get that equation to realize just how much of an opportunity we have with hex. So, you know, this is really a revolutionary product. And I remember when Richard first started talking about the prospect of being able to earn yield without having to introduce a middleman. And I'm telling you, back in 2018, that was unheard of, because in 2017, that was something that I was looking for with my Bitcoin, because, you know, I've been in Bitcoin for years, and trying to earn yield on it was something that was really, it was a big demand of the market at that time. And unfortunately, that made room for a lot of people to take advantage of others with that, through middlemen. So, you know, when Richard started talking about earning yield without middlemen, it was like, you know, you can't stop an idea whose time has come. And that time did come. And being there on day one when Hex launched, it was just an amazing experience. And the satisfaction of that has not disappeared at all. And, you know, I only wish that more people would be able to catch that vision and be able to experience what we all experienced back then, because the code still works. Everything still works the way it did on day one. So really, it's just a matter of those of us who are involved, how we relate to each other, how we relate to other people that we want to bring into the space. And, you know, it doesn't matter what the rest of the crypto space is doing, and all the other, you know, founders and all the wannabes out there. Doesn't matter what they're doing. What we got here works, and it still works. So it's just a matter of bringing this to the attention of a broader audience. I mean, there's 8 billion people in this world. How many of them do we need to really see some remarkable results on the price chart? So here I am doing my part. I'm really thankful that Mati thought about me in the midst of all this, because I really do appreciate the things that he's done over the years, just his consistency in putting these conferences together and just carrying as much weight as he can to make this system successful. It's just been a real motivation to me to do my part. And as long as I'm here, I will always be doing my part. So it's great to be here. And I hope that everyone who's watching is benefiting from the information that is being brought forth by the various speakers. You know, I was only asked to give a testimonial, so I'm not going to get into the mathematics of how T-shares work and all of that. I just know that it does work. And that's all you really need to know, is it does work. You don't have to know how it works in order to benefit from the fact that it does work. You know, it's just like your car. How many people know how their anti-lock braking system works? But it works when you step on the pedal. So that's all you really need to know. But I'm looking forward to seeing how the rest of this conference unfolds and the others that are going to be following in my wake. So, Mati, welcome back to the conference. It's good to see you.
Hey. Yeah. Great talk so far. And I don't know if our final speaker of the hour is going to make it. So, yeah, you and I can chop it up for another 5 minutes before we have the next panel here.
How do you like Texas?
Well, yeah, Texas rocks. Austin is a little bit different of a beast than the rest of Texas is, but I definitely got to like do the whole crypto cowboy thing, especially because I was working with a project called Hexicans that sponsored the last Hex conference. For I was working with them for about 4 or 5 months, and that went really well. And but now I'm back to like focusing on Hex and PulseChain only, and so that's been good.
Good. Yeah, I've been to Texas a few times thanks to Hex and thanks to being able to get a car, and I love Texas. I mean, you know, Texas, Arizona, and Florida are my 3 favorite states. And thanks to Hex, I've taken road trips all over the country, and I've been almost every state. And I love Texas.
Yeah, when Crypto Sparbach did their 40 city tour as a part of the Hex tour, leading up to the in-person 369 of 2022 that had 555 people there. The Austin, Texas had the most of all the 40 cities that they went to. There were about 250 or 300 people there at that Hex meetup. And so Texas is, it's people in Texas really care about like being sovereign and being independent, and that's a huge crypto vibe too. Like that's what Hex and PulseChain are all about. So yeah, it overlaps there.
Yeah, I was at that Austin meetup. That was really special. I kind of showed up at the talk kind of near the end, and Crypto Heartbeat invited me up to speak after he was done, and I got to talk to the crowd for about 5 minutes. It was really cool. And I love Texas. It's I went to the Alamo and I made a video about it, and that was just really wow. That was really emotionally overwhelming to me, because when I went inside, they had like a list of all the people there, and there was someone there that the name was the same as my grandmother's maiden name. And I have a feeling that there may have been a family connection there. And if if there is, that would be something really spectacular. Because like I said, I just really felt just the gravity of being there. It wasn't just a tourist site. It was amazing. So
and then we've got a Rags to Riches will be on later today in the program. And he's also a Hexican from Texas.
Yes. So, yeah, I'd like to go back to Texas again. It's just a really awesome place.
For sure. And so let's see. We're going to have our next panel get sent over here soon. But I guess, even though this is a Hex conference, I've been asking people here and there what you think of ProveX and how you think ProveX might fit into the puzzle pieces of how Hex can gain mass adoption. Any thoughts there?
Well, the fact it's like ProveX is almost too big for me to picture right now. Like I'm going to have to actually use the program and use the product to really get it. But the fact that Richard is inventing something that will literally remove middlemen from everything that has a middleman, it's so big that it's like, I'm going to have to actually use it before I come up with a strategy to incorporate it into things that I do. But I think ProveX is the thing that's just going to send everything else into the stratosphere and is going to make PulseChain literally take over crypto. Because Richard has said over and over that crypto and Bitcoin was invented to do away with middlemen. And Richard is the only person who is actually built something that will literally do away with all middlemen. And I remember a few years ago, I forget the guy's name, but he's the guy who invented the blockchain for Digibyte. He wrote a book. He wrote a book called Blockchain 2035. And I didn't get the book, at least not yet, but he was predicting all these different industries that would be disrupted by blockchain. And I realized everything he wrote in that book is going to be brought to pass because of ProveX.
Right.
Like his whole book is going to be made true because of Richard Hart.
I love that. Yeah. Literally people predicting the future and then building it.
Yeah. And, Richard's building it.
Yeah. And one of my favorite things I'll say about ProveX is the extremely low valuation of $16 million of $333 million worth of OA funds flowed in a way that didn't totally disrupt the point structure and everything. So a lot to look forward to. And Tim, can you tell me, or actually tell the audience, because I already know, where to find more of your content?
I mainly post on X. My handle is TB Dunamis. I have a Telegram, Tim_Benjamin is my Telegram handle. I more prefer dealing with DMs on Twitter, X, rather than Telegram, because half the people that contact me on Telegram are shady and I don't even know who I can even respond to.
Right.
It just seems like everybody that contacts me on X is real. So if you want to talk to me, that I'm more likely to take you seriously if you send me a DM on X than contact me on Telegram.
Perfect.
So those are two places where I'm most active right now. I have a YouTube channel, but I haven't posted anything in a while. But anyway, that's how you can find me. I'm around.
Awesome. Yeah, well, I'm extremely grateful that you kept your streak going by speaking again this year. And so many years before. And really looking forward to seeing you again here in the future, whether it's in person or on another online conference.
Yeah, I'd love it. I really appreciate it, man. It really gave me a recharge to be able to come on here and talk. It's almost been like a therapy session.
Hey, there we go. Hex Therapy Live.
Hex Therapy Live, baby. It works. Yeah. You don't even have to do drugs.
I dig it. Well, everybody at home, go ahead and hit the like and subscribe button, share this out. And we've got our next panel coming up right after these musical interludes.
Nice.
Thanks, Tim.
Thanks. Good night, everyone.
And with that being said, let's talk about the highest appreciating asset class today. It's crypto, not stocks and bonds. Boy, this ain't for play. My word plays to educate the children around my way, so they can get out the hood. No, I don't want to stay. Education's critical in my life, pivotal. Could have been in jail or dead. Yeah, it's just that simple. But back to investing. Here, take some notes. Never go all in like jumping off a boat. Dollar cost averaging. Google that term so you can keep your shirt on, so you don't get burned. Now there's a risk to all investments. This you should know. You can take yearly profits and get ready to blow.
Hello, welcome to our next panel.
Big hey now there, Matty. Hello.
Yeah, what's up? Greetings, everybody.
We've got RJ, Dewey, Supa, Cash Money, and Crispy Man. Welcome.
Woo-hoo.
So I hear that you guys have an awesome presentation put together, and you're going to be discussing some different elements of how actuator is a technology that benefits Hex. And so I'm going to let you guys take it away till the top of the hour.
Thank you, good sir. We'll see you on the other side.
Right. Thanks, Matty. Hey, welcome everybody. Thanks for joining us and watching this this stream, or restream as it is. Before we get to introducing people, just real quickly, what I wanted to say is for the next hour, what I'd like people to think of is actuator as a bond market for Hex. It's not a protocol demo that we're doing today. It's important to frame it up that way. We're talking about the Hex market, not anything else other than that for the purposes of this, right? And I see we lost a few people, but we'll keep going unless they're here and I don't see them.
No, you're right. Someone bounced up, but we're good. Do your thing. We'll cruise with you.
Yeah. So for the three of you guys, starting with RJ, you're one of the co-founders. If you want to say a few words about yourself and your participation here.
Sure. Yeah,
I do.
There's a C3 Works.
All right.
AC3. We're just doing introductions. But yeah, I'm the developer for actuator, and yeah, I think we C3 and I conceived of the idea a couple years ago, and I think there's just a lot of untapped potential with the Hex protocol, and the idea was basically to kind of tap into the hidden potential there by introducing the actuator protocol, which we'll get into. But yeah, I've been a developer for about 10 years and done a lot in traditional finance, and then kind of switched over to crypto around 2020, and I've been working with C3 Works ever since.
Oh, very nice. C3 Works. You have anything you want to do as far as introducing yourself? I know a lot of people know you, but
yeah, I'm glad to be here. Thanks for having us on and doing this panel. It's wonderful. Just a quick summary. I think a lot of people do know me. C3 Works. I'm a co-founder of Actuator with RJ. My background professionally was about the first half of my life engineering, the second half traditional finance in the institutional bond market. So a lot of experience in TradFi since late 90s. Transited out of that around 2017 because I had learned about Bitcoin in 2013, and that captivated me even while I was still at the investment banks running traditional finance. And finally, I decided I wanted to be more of part of the solution, not part of the problem. So I left full time and decided to go after all things crypto. Was pre-Hex in 2019. That one grabbed me right away. Thought that was fantastic. Jumped in with both feet and continued on from there. And then, of course, I knew RJ from prior to that. And as we progressed and I got enamored by Hex, had some experiences during the course of that led to the inspiration for Actuator, whereby I thought having some nuanced approach to liquidity of my T-shares would be helpful overall and probably encourage me and others to stake longer and stronger if we weren't so afraid of being able to not have some access to liquidity with some discipline. So we set out to try to provide that solution.
Oh, that sets the stage really nicely. Thank you for that, for making that comment. I agree with you. It opens up optionality for sure and flexibility. Boxy, do you have anything you want to say real quick before we move to the community members?
Yeah, no, I'm not a founder, but I've worked with C3 in some capacity for about 5 or 6 years now. Coder, data scientist, have a history of doing other stuff. But last year at the conference, it was just me and C3 and I, and no one wants to hear us do that again. It's great to have community members like you, Crispy, Cash Money, Dewey. You guys are like smart, enthusiastic. It's awesome that we get to sit back and comment on what you guys are doing. So I think that shows progress in a year's time, to be honest.
All right, Cash Money.
Yes. How's it going, guys? So I'm Cash Money. A lot of you guys know me.
Yeah, I got into crypto in 2016. I first started off mining ETH. Then I used my ETH to get into HEX. And I did pretty good. Yeah, and I just been in crypto, been retired. I just live in Thailand. And I love HEX, love PulseChain. I love Actuator. I'm one of the big community members over there. I got a couple other protocols that we also support Actuator. And it just unlocks a lot of value, and it brings a lot of value to the community. So I'm just here to support them because I love it so much.
Awesome, dude. Thank you. I appreciate you coming. Dewey?
Yeah, greetings to the world. No, thank you so much. My name is Dewey. You know, I've been here since Richard Hart was doing his self-help stuff. So I kind of came along and learned from him from the very beginning. And then when I watched him launch Hex, that got me excited. I didn't get a chance to run through it, you know, so like actually go through the whole cycle. So this is my first one. So I've come back full circle, and the actual freedom that the whole thing has provided us, like Hex is the king. It began in the center, started its whole ethos and this whole beginning for what PulseChain has now become. And we've come further along the lines where we're going to talk about tonight, where Actuator actually got me really excited because I found this to be an evolution of Hex in a sense. And we're going to talk more about it, what it is and why these elements come together and what this whole thing is. But like Crispy said, it really is a bond market, an advanced bond market that doesn't have men in the middle of it. We trust the math, we trust the code, not the man. And the idea that Actuator is such a thing that is a vision that you're going to see, you know, in the future of us, it's going to be on chain more and more. But like these bond markets are something special because that's a unique set of people that out there that really enjoy this. And these are gigantic markets. And that's one thing that's special and unique that brings things back to PulseChain from Actuator's standpoint, that when they build these things out, we're going to hear about HTTs and talk about these things in you know, as we continue. But what these individual components are is a masterclass of an ecosystem we're going to need. So this is a unique thing. I can't wait to hear Crispy's vision of this as well. I'm excited to be here, boys. Thank you.
All right. Before I get started with the first question of the first few questions, a couple comments. One, for anybody out there who is fading hex staking, you're looking at 6 people who really, really believe in hex staking. That's number one. Number two, for all you maxis out there that only believe in, you know, in doing native stakes, that's fine. But you need to know about this because people are going to be using this. And in the future, you may find that you would like access to that. And then for those of you who have been really heavy into the Hedron ecosystem, the HSIs that we're talking about are the Hedron HSIs, right? So that is a main component of Actuator. And why is that important? Hex is immutable. Users do what they need to do with Hex as far as staking, right? HSI ecosystem, as far as creating HSIs, is immutable. Users control what they do with that. And finally, when we talk about Actuator, it is also immutable, and users control that. And so it sets the stage for, other than, you know, there's things like LP and whatnot that people provide that do require interactions, right? But these protocols all work without middlemen, and I think that was one of the points that we were getting after. All right. So we talk about the Actuator system as a bond-like market, or as I call it, super bonds, but a bond market for Hex because they are backed by Hex. So here's a key question for you, Mr. C3 Works. How would you explain Actuator to a TradFi bond trader in one sentence?
One sentence, I would probably say to the TradFi bond trader, it's a perfected bond. In that, like a bond, you have a stream of cash flows that have a discounted yield to determine a present value, and you have a stream of cash flows, except you have no counterparty risk.
Okay, very good. And you want to talk about that no counterparty risk, because that is a terminology, and you've used it before. I've heard it a few times. But could you maybe explain the difference between TradFi typically with bonds and what we're talking about here?
Absolutely. If you wanted to go and invest in a 10-year Apple bond with a 5% coupon yielding 4%, and you're paying a premium for that, it's backed by Apple. You're hoping that Apple makes good on their payments. If they don't, they default, and you don't get your payment. You don't get principal and interest when due. That's counterparty risk. You don't have that here with Hex. With what we're doing in Hex, you have the same capabilities of getting a stream of cash flows, but it's coming from a protocol that is not going to fail you with respect to principal and interest when due. Interest being, in this case, the earnings that you would achieve. So you're avoiding the possibility of default risk, which you have in the bond market. So in that sense, it's like a perfected bond with perfected collateral, but you still get the same benefit of steady cash flows that you would expect to have.
Right, and that cash flow in the form of HEX.
Correct, in native HEX terms. All of this is in native HEX terms.
And so for a definition perspective, and I think I'll start with you for this next question, and everybody else, if you have something you'd like to add to it, you can add. From a definition perspective, folks, if you haven't heard about hex time tokens, or HTTs, they are tokens that you are able to put an HSI up as collateral and mint these tokens. And on the redemption date, which is corresponds to the number of the HTT, they are equal 1-to-1 with HEX. Right, so it is a HEX-backed market, and for those of you who are interested in LP and whatnot, go take a look at the LPs. You'll see that they are inverted for the most part, meaning there's more LP than there is market cap. So in terms of a healthy ecosystem, that's a very good thing. So starting with you, C3 Works, what problem does Actuator solve now that HEX is moved into what I call the second trimester of the 15-year cycle? We've gone through the first batch of 5 years. We've seen how people have reacted to it. There's a little bit of a game change here. HEX has matured as a staking ecosystem, and now it's running head-to-head against T-bills right now.
So the problem that we're trying to address here is, as HEX moves now, we're in our 6th year here, and we want to attract larger capital. We want to attract even sophisticated capital. Maybe it's family offices or institutions. Maybe it's just large investors. But if you're going to reach those folks who are used to traditional finance, you're going to have to offer them some of the same sorts of tools for risk management that they have in traditional finance. Well, one of those tools for risk management is the ability to access some amount of collateralizing of their assets and get liquidity in some degree from their assets. So think in terms of a home. When you buy a home, you buy a house. That's a big asset you invest in. As you grow equity in that home, you would like to be able to, at times and for certain purposes, draw some of that equity out in the form of liquidity and use it for other elements of your life. Maybe it's for other investments. Well, likewise, a T-share, in this case, a tokenized T-share,
all right,
is a capital asset.
Can you hear me, Brendan?
And capital.
Good day, sir.
Good day to you too. Is the volume of the
treating it well means
show lower than my volume now? Am I like when I drag it, it does adjust?
Yep.
Liquidity.
Okay, sweet. Oh, it looks like we've lost live.
And it's not inconsistent with
I guess we could skip ahead, or we could just
HEX
leave it as it is. What is, if you could describe the level of volume, how would you describe it? Like currently,
why do they do that?
20%, 30%?
I'd say your normal volume of what you normally are like on stream, and that's maybe 25% of what you are.
Okay.
Can hear it. You're not talking a little bit, but
okay. I'm not sure what would be a good volume to leave it at. I just kind of left it on max volume while I was the only one in here, and I took myself off screen. So I'm not sure. Should we listen to them? Should we chit chat? How you doing? What's up, broski?
What's up, man? You sipping on anything tonight? How was your food today?
I've got Labatt beer, and I actually have 20 pounds of bacon that I just cooked. Because I went to the store and I bought
and I think in our next segment we'll get into how
I'm going to turn this down just a smidgen.
Because we talked in one way, shape, or another.
I bought like 20 pounds of bacon because you can just get like ends of bacon. Hang on, let me see if I go like this. Oh, okay. There we go. You get 20 pounds of bacon ends at like the local store up here. So I guess they're like right next to a hog butcher or something, but, or excuse me, 10 pounds of bacon for 20 fucking bucks. And so I was like, whoa, Right. No way that I'm not taking up that deal. So I've been feeding Mama Dog a bunch of bacon and just like drinking beer and cooking bacon all day. It's just been fucking crazy. So I'm like literally eating, you know, they're not like beautiful cuts. They're like big thick cuts and just like big chunks of fat and just like scraps all over the place. But it's like it's pretty crazy, man. It is fucking nuts.
It's still bacon.
Mm-hmm.
You can't go wrong with
What are
bacon.
you up to? How are you doing?
Well, I'm good. I'm drinking some wine that we opened the other night, and I don't want it to go to waste. So, drinking the wine. Just had dinner. Made tacos for dinner tonight for the wife and I. She's been sick for like a week and a half, so I had to cook and clean tonight. So got a little on stream late, but yeah, love the tacos. Excited to hear about the conference, and I guess if there's anything we want to chit chat about while it's going on, we can always pause it or lower the volume.
Treasuries and dollars, right? Everything else is built upon that. So the time value.
Right now, I can't hear it at all.
Clearly,
well,
by the U.S. Treasury curve from short-term maturities all
doesn't
the way
need to be
out
that
to the 30-year
yeah.
part of the curve, and
That's good.
That establishes what the time value of money is, upon which everything else is built. Well, what that really becomes is a reliable measuring rod for financial management. And because we have a reliable measuring rod or measuring stick, all the financial planners, whether they happen to be companies that are trying to make calculations about their business decisions or their investment portfolios, they have a common established framework for what the time value of money is in that denomination. And that gives confidence to financial planners. And
what just happened? I can't hear you.
Oh, am I better? Can you hear me now?
Sure.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Excellent. My bad. I'm going to go back to this tab.
Anything else on top
Bam.
of it? You know all the other differences.
I don't know how long I've been on mute, but I've been talking like crazy.
That will flow from H to D.
Yeah, I was wondering. I'm like, okay, guess he's going quiet.
Oh no. So I wanted to show off real quick. There was a there's a fucking an app that got created. So I'm going to switch over to that tab. There was a dev that reached out to Wild SJ, and he was like, "Hey, what does PulseChain need?" And this was shortly after. A long time ago, several months ago, she had posted something about like, hey, if you're a Hexican, you want to do business with other Hexicans, like here's this tool that Will made. And it's literally just an Excel spreadsheet of like different people and their names and like what they do. And homie fucking turned it into a website. So like you can go in here, you can add your service. Like here's Gains by Casey, you know, personal trainer. And then here's his like contact info. There's fucking me, you know, it's like I teach people marksmanship and stuff. Here's our buddy that does the jewelry and shit. And he's like a jewelry designer and a gold getter. There's like people that do copywriting. There's Dre Sims, you know, and it's like these are just people that have given Airs Agent J, you know, strength and conditioning and stuff, and my brother Sam. But like, oh, and here's you, fucking sales team, other stuff. This is just like information that people have put in the in this link thing describing like, hey, this is what I can do. And it's kind of like exactly what we were talking about, you know, last night, where it's like, what are you going to do in Hexco? And so anyways, whole bunch of stuff. A fucking dev made this thing. And so I posted it up in the Degen Roundtable, and I thought that it was super cool and awesome. So I just wanted to shout that out really quick. You give a big thanks to Lef, who is the guy who made that.
As far as like,
so
what is it?
Very cool.
Normal, you
know?
know,
pretty nifty.
The hex stakes.
Your idea to begin with, and someone else was building it. I love it.
You know, Quattro Cinco. You know, 15 years is a hex stake that'll do like 3 years.
Yeah, they did a way better
and
job.
You can see the disparity between them. So, like you said,
I also
you can buy some. And I've seen some people talk about trading them between 1 and 2 ratios. That's not my thing. Like, I personally like the
largest bonus that I've got in my life. So that feels good.
Damn. Good shit, dog. Here's fucking that. I'll drink to that. Hell yeah.
I can look out
Yeah.
and all the things
Successful
I've learned
year
about
for sure.
shares and
Mhm.
the value of hex stakes. And
I'm
what
so
they
far
actually
3 drinks deep
really are.
in this
You want to get your
conference.
hands on them as soon as you can.
It's a good
for
time.
your own
I like it.
Been quite
if you're going to be
a
in
quite a good
crypto
fucking
that way, right?
bunch
That's
of
the strategy.
speakers.
So for me, I'm like, wait a minute, that comes at a choice because I'm holding some liquid because maybe I want to get rid of some. And I've heard stories about people who want to sell but never had a chance. And like C3 said, there is an end stake possibility, but that penalty is so serious and severe that you have to make a real choice. So when I started to look at, I said, hey, I have some hex here that I could play with. So let me start messing with the protocol. And I immediately started looking at, wait, I put out a Cuatro Cinco, a max stake, right? And I can immediately redeem some form of liquidity. I can realize it right now for whatever that value of the stake is. And then I can actually use that and play with it. So that brought up a whole lot of timing. It's like, okay, if there's 15 years from now and I plan for that, then all of a sudden I have like what you were talking about with Boxy, there's a moment where I can actually take this, I can make a stake. I can, let's say I'll take 1,000 hex, for instance. I'll make a stake. I'll get 1,000 HTTs of that variation. I'll transform those 1,000 HTTs into maybe it'll become worth like a 700 hex, 500 hex. I now have 500 hex liquid. I can essentially do whatever I want. I can make a stake again. I can also never repay that in the HTT version if I choose to, and still have a stake that I have partial ownership that I earn yield from. So this comes to like, I don't lose out on the max stake. I can do it right away, right? I have the ability to take out at will. Let's say, I don't know, 8 months from now, whatever, hex is worth $1 each. And all of a sudden I'm accruing, right now, maybe
I had
pennies,
actually
at that point,
did this when the actuator first came out, is I took a big fucking chunk of hex. I staked it out to whatever the end day was of day 7,000.
Mhm.
And then I like, I took all that, turned it into hex, made another huge fucking stake, staked that out, same thing, and just kept doing that and extracting and this was back when the HTT 7000 was like 60% of one hex token, and then it dropped down to 30%. I bought a whole bunch of it back up, repaid the protocol, got all of my original stakes back, and also the price of hex had plummeted, so it was like I got like super duper lucky. It could have gone the other direction, right? It could have gone up instead of down, and then I'd be fucking stuck with my stakes delegated to the protocol. But I did this very early on, and when they just released for the protocol, they now have 7777 like HTT 7777s.
Yep.
So like when those came out, they were originally they were 1-to-1 for hex, and so like if you did it that day and you swapped them in, then you could have got like a 1-for-1. Like you could have made a hex stake and then pulled out all your HTTs, got that back in hex, and just kept doing that ad infinitum until the liquidity pool ran out. Right now, I think the price is it's around like 60% for one hex or something. But that was really fucking cool. I enjoyed that.
That is very cool. One thing that Johnny Chaos talks a lot about is staking gives you the opportunity to not press sell when you get emotional. Does something like the actuator protocol make it too easy for people to extract value from stakes that are supposed to be keeping you safe? And
each person's going to develop their own
it is there is a risk there that I hadn't really thought about too much until recently. And I think for people that understand the protocol, understand what your plan is, right? Man, it sounds like the beginning of the show. Understand what your plan is, but then it'll work for you. But I think some people, it's like a credit card, right? It's like, ooh, free money, and then you forgot that you were actually keeping those stakes for the long term, so that you don't wreck yourself.
That was a really great.
And there's also like do you want to spend the valuable thing now while it's not valuable, or do you want to spend it later?
Yes.
Cash money you want to talk.
And also back when the actuator first came out, like the daily payout was like 8 hex per T-share or something crazy awesome like that. So like you could stake out all of your hex, and then at the end of your contract, you would still have, like, even if you never paid back the principal, you would still have about 4 times more hex than when you started with, because it was like whatever the math turned out to be. It was like, it's like you end up with 5 times as much hex as you start. Back when the old payout system was still relevant and stuff, but now that the OA is staked and the APRs are more they're more low, it's like I think when you end a stake, you have around like 1.5 to 2 times as much hex as you start with. If you do a 15-year stake, if you do like less than a 15-year stake, then much less. But the payouts were way better in the beginning when Actuator first came out, which is like
usually what
totally
happens.
Yeah, totally different. But the payouts had nothing to do with the actuator; had everything to do with the origin address not being staked. But since the origin address did that, it's like, damn, this makes the actuator protocol like much more like the actual real world bond market and stuff.
A lot of people have different thoughts.
That is true.
Right. So I may value.
There's still value to the protocol, though.
That's something different.
Oh yeah, I fucking love it.
Gives you a safety net, right? Like if you have all these 5.55s and you need some money now, but you know that you're going to be getting paid for a job in a few months, right? It gives you an opportunity to recoup some of that money without needing to hit end stake, and therefore you can be a little riskier with your stakes because you have a safety net.
Yeah. They've got a shit ton of money in liquidity. I want to say their total liquidity is around like it's $100,000 plus or something like that between the HTT tokens and Hex, because that's what their liquidity is paired with. It's just like ATT 3,000, 5,000, 7,000, whatever, all just paired against Hex. And so it's like there's quite a bit of liquidity in there. And one of the things Crispy Man and C3 were talking about when they were on the show with us a while back is they were talking about like, hey, if you take your Hex and you take your HTT tokens and you put them into the liquidity pairing now, like there's currently a farming opportunity for it, you know, and it's not going to be up forever, but like you can earn a 50% APR on the farm token in addition to having a Hex now piled with one Hex later. So you know that at like whatever date, those two tokens are going to be equal. So it's like you have like this, if you want to sit and wait and earn trading pairs, you have like absolutely 100% guarantee that that at a certain period of time there is going to be zero what do you call it, permanent impermanent loss, and you could just collect and have a good time and stuff. So very interesting strategy is totally capable with this actuator program.
Yeah, there are multiple strategies, and it'll be interesting when they you know, it sounds, well, last time I talked to C3 Works, to Bill, you know, he said that their plan is to create more, you know, end days, right? You know, a couple in the middle. So yeah, maybe they'll have 7 different days that you can pull from, and that gives you a more sort of wide variety of opportunity to play around.
Yeah, I think now they're up to because when they started they only had 3. I think right now they're up to 7. So
they're up to 7 already?
I'm pretty sure they have 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. It used to be just 3, 5, and 7,000. Now they have 3,000, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And then they've also got Hex Day 4.5, and they've got Hex Day 6.5, whatever, and Hex Day. Yeah, they got a bunch, man.
3, 4, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, and 7,000 and 7, 7, 7, 7.
Yep. And the 7,000 one's super cool because I think we're still in the 14-day grace period where, like, if you make a stake that ends like 4.5 from today, then it would still fall within the grace period of the 7777 stake. So like you could make a Hex stake for today and it would still be good for that 4.5 and get like maximum T-share.
Weirdly enough, the HTT 3000 has the best APR.
Yeah, which is very strange. I don't understand why, but I'm fucking. It is what it is.
You're not complaining.
I'm not complaining. Fuck no. And I just realized I opened a beer when I already had a beer, so I'm fucking double fisted, baby.
Love it.
It's go time.
Is what makes it interesting.
I'm going to turn them up a little bit.
Yeah, let's listen.
Globally accessible yield curve on an asset, because there's just like no other asset has the ability to lock in, you know, that fixed rate.
Maybe just a touch more.
Touch more. Got it.
So
just touch.
The point is that, you know, our goal isn't to think about every single use case for HTTs. It isn't to think about every possible thing that can be built on HTTs, but just make sure we provide. There's this concept of latent in software development. There's this idea of latent potential for a product, like basically people use it in ways you didn't foresee. And that's kind of what we want to see with HTTP, just give people those primitive, pure asset and tools.
Yeah, we talk about the pureness of the yield curve quite a bit. Hey, RJ, for some reason I think we're getting some background noise. Maybe it's from your mic. I'm not sure.
Okay, I will.
Who's getting it? Or maybe not. Okay, yeah.
So, Crispy, can I add a couple of quick points because they're probably useful for folks to hear?
Yeah. Hey, everybody who's not speaking can go on mute. Go ahead, C3.
A couple quick important points. One is to recognize that an important component of the actuator protocol is that all of your actions can be reversed and unwound, right? If you need some short-term cash for whatever reason, whether it's investment opportunities or other things, life happens. If you were to emergency end stake, that's it. I mean, you might only need $1,000 and you might have to blow up a $20,000 stake and it's over. Well, that's pretty horrible, right? So that's not a great answer. Here, if you have that same stake in a tokenized form, you could collateralize that, draw some HTTs, liquidate those, deploy that $1,000. And if your problem is solved in 2 weeks, you could come back, repurchase your HTTs, replace those back into the system and pull back out your unencumbered HTT and move on your merry way. So it's a very reversible thing. It gives you a lot of options in that sense. And the second thing to highlight about this, which I think I picked up in the chats, so I want to mention this because somebody asked a really good question in one of the chats that, well, gee, what happens if the actuator team, RJ and I and Boxy and others, we fall off the face of the earth? Do you have any ability to redeem and do all the things you need to do? And of course, the answer is absolutely you do. We have, I mean, it's a completely open protocol and anybody can go in and interact directly with the smart contracts and carry out all the same functions. Obviously, we host a UI for convenience, but anybody could spin up a UI that's working off of those same smart contract functions. So there's not a dependency on the team other than one of convenience for the DApp, but anybody in the community could spin up others and you didn't even have to, you could interact directly with the contract.
All right, very nice. Thank you for adding that. Yeah, it's a pretty interesting protocol. But I'll challenge you this way.
I wanted to ask him if anyone can add new HTT tokens.
Why are you guys doing this? Why are you working with HTTs and actuator? It's killing the demand for Hex. So prove me wrong.
Who wants to take it?
I'm happy to throw. You want to throw something out? I'll come in last because I got all kinds of answers.
I'll play a little bit. So why HTTs? Well, firstly, like we said, it's liquid hex stakes. So that means every time I hold it, every moment, every day, it's increasing in value. And there's a market for it where people want these things, and I can move in and out of that market if I choose. So when I believe that they're one-to-one, that's part of like playing in the ecosystem and understanding the protocol. It's a huge deal because that's when I really started to make a lot of sense. Not just that I can farm it right now, which the next 2 years we can farm actuator token. That's one thing that's beautiful about it. So HTT to HTT, it feels like a lot less, to Hex, it feels like a lot less risk. So it feels really nice to know that something's going to be denominated in Hex, and that lasting effect means that I can kind of at least assume a little bit about the discrepancy between where the ratio. I mean, if it goes higher, someone buys the HTT, I'm already in. I like that. I get more Hex either way, right? So I appreciate the concept of. That's why actuator token is also so appealing to me, because farming HTTs, I'm farming liquid hex stakes. It's a beautiful feeling.
Yeah, that was good. Well, something I would add is I think there's kind of a simple maybe way to think about this, and it's that you first ask the question, does the actuator protocol support more risk reward profiles or less? And the answer is more, because you can more tightly tune the nature of your stake. As we talked about, you could pull HTTs out of it, you could send them back, you could just buy HTTs, you could swap HTTs. So it gives you kind of full control over like the underlying mechanics of the Hex protocol. And so when you have more when more people can more specifically lock in their risk reward profile using the tool, you get more usage that way. And what that means is that you get more HTTs in general. And every time an HTT is bought, you're putting upward pressure on HTTs, which increases the need for more stakes. Because if HTTs get too expensive, the rational economic move will be to make a stake, mint the HTTs, and sell the HTTs on the open market because they're overpriced. So any HTT activity at all is, at the end of the day, bringing increased demand on underlying stakes.
That's an awesome point. I just wanted to add too, I mean, to answer your question full circle, Crispy, you got to pay to play, and our denomination is Hex. You got to have Hex to jump in here and enjoy it, right? So that truly is what's the evolution of it. And I thank you. That was an awesome point, RJ.
Yeah, and there's so to link back to Hex. Hex is derived from certificates of deposit in TradFi, right? I mean, it's not the same, and I don't know if anyone uses CDs anymore, but there's product market fit for that, right? And Actuator, you have zero coupon bonds, which is a product market fit in TradFi, which is what an HTT is. You buy it at a discount to the underlying asset and redeem it 1-to-1, so you know your fixed rate. That has product market fit. All we're doing here, or all this protocol is doing here, is making it decentralized, immutable, no admin keys. The price of the underlying asset can actually go up unless US dollars. So it's, and then also when you mint HTTs, that's like a HELOC, like a home equity line of credit or a hex equity line of credit. You're taking a loan from your own collateral to yourself. You can pay it back if you want. You don't have to. You don't have to pay interest. There's no middleman. So there's product market fit for the primitive of all of these services. So I mean, is there value in those primitives? I think so. So I think it's sort of logically downstream implies that we're adding value to the ecosystem with Actuator.
C3.
I'll add another piece here that I think we're doing. If I were to ask people just intuitively, you don't even have to have the data, just intuitively, would you say the amount of liquid hex sitting out in the system in everybody's wallets is too big or too small right now? I'm guessing most would say too big. And they'd probably be right.
Too big.
Of course. Why is that? I'll tell you why. Because they got in too early. They went out too far. They got caught in a downdraft. They got strung up where they couldn't get the liquidity. They got burned once, and they're never going to do that again. Except that now they're going to hold a pile of liquidity that is not a great thing for the ecosystem either. So if we give them some reason to say, deploy your liquid hex, earn something, go forth and do it, and give you some ability to manage that a little bit if you need to, that inspires some confidence because there's an element of control and they don't feel the need to hoard huge piles of liquid hex. That's a good thing.
Well, we don't have time during this session to get into it, but to put a fine, cap on what you're talking about, big whales out there, sharks, you have a lot of hex. You can actually create an HTT of your own and create your own liquidity and secure it and just earn forever on ARB. If that was your desire, right? And so there are opportunities, and this is some of the things that we're seeing with that C3 Works is talking about, where you can go build your own market. You own the market. You're safe. In terms of hex, you're safe, right? Because you know that it's all going to be hex sometime in the future. It's just about managing the time that you're going to be.
That's a really important point. An HTT is hex on a future date. So whether you hold your hex passively liquid, where it earns nothing, or you deploy it into HTTs, which is more like an active liquid hex position that's actually earning just by holding the HTTs, that's a better component. You still have liquidity by holding the HTTs. It's still hex. If hex 10x's, the HTTs are expected to 10x because it's still hex on a future day. That's a better program than holding a bunch of passive liquidity.
So if you have a liquid hex bag, meaning it's not staked, Right now in these conditions with HTTs at discounts, why not just, I don't see, I mean, for me, you do what you want, but why just own liquid hex? Why not just trade it for discounted hex, which is HTTs? And then furthermore, if you want to take a step further than that, so all you have to do is just literally swap the hex for HTTs. You don't need to know anything. Like, that's simple. Yeah, there's a lot you can do in this protocol. You know, I mean, lots of things can be complicated, but that's really simple. You're earning something, you just make a simple swap. And if you want to take it to the next step, you just pair those HTTs with hex in LP. It's basically a stable swap over time. So if people buy too much hex, then you end up with more HTTs, which is more hex later. If people buy more HTTs, then you have more hex today. So the risk profile of that, of at least if you have liquid hex right now, buy HTTs and LP it with hex. That's like, to me, that's a no-brainer. But I mean, there is smart contract risk for sure.
Well, and we definitely appreciate that part. But the protocol is immutable and also has been audited. And all of that information is available at actuator.finance. I do want to take this question from the chat because Trap Gravity brings up a good point. Well, it's a good statement. I don't agree with the point. Why not just buy and stake hex? It sounds like we were chasing pennies in front of freight trains. So first off, just in defense of the protocol, to participate, somebody has to buy and stake hex. So check, it's going to do that. Right. The rest of it is, and I thought about this a lot in my own head, you know, like, why am I interested in this? Right. Well, guys, I don't know if you noticed, we ain't got a lot of people locking up long term. So market is saying, hey, I'm not comfortable locking up a lot of my liquid hex long term, so they're keeping it liquid. There's a lot of ramifications of that. Right. And it's, you know, and it is what it is. I mean, people can do what they want to do, but why wouldn't you want to earn 2%? So it has to do with your time frames, right? Why wouldn't you want to stack yield if you're going to keep it for 15 years? Why wouldn't you want to have optionality, you know, to be able to do that? So there's, yeah, you can stay liquid and be diluted, or you can somehow get exposure to the hex. The increasing hex rewards over time. But again, go ahead.
Let me add this other point to the direct question, which I think I heard was, why wouldn't you just want to stake hex over time and be done? Is that sort of the question? In a sense, the answer is, yes, we agree, but would you rather stake hex with no options for the future, or would you rather stake hex and have options for the future?
Yeah, well, I challenge everybody who's watching this. I mean, you know, if you're calling BS on us talking about this, I'm not being negative or reactive about it. There's 200 people that are staking Quattro Cinco, guys. So you tell me how the market's decided. Now, so why are they doing that? Because they don't want to lock up for 15 years and miss opportunities over the next 15 years, you know, with native stake. The HSIs and the use of actuator gives you the option to do some other stuff.
That's the critical point. We're not disagreeing with the importance of staking for the future. We want to encourage that. And our position would be that you're more inclined to stake longer and stronger and bigger for the future if you have some ability to adjust for the things that happen in the future. If you don't, then the way people adjust for risk is with asset allocation. They reduce it, and we don't want that.
Said a little differently, I would throw the question back at them. What's stopping you from staking another, say, $1,000 or $100? Like, really, we all have stakes here. What's stopping you from doing it again? And everybody has a limit where they're going to say, oh, I'm not going to stake any more than that. And they have a because. And the because is like, oh, well, I have other expenses in life. I have a mortgage. I have, you know, potentially medical bills. I have, you know, I don't know what 10 years looks like, so I can't make a 10-year stake. All those reasons why are things that are addressed through the HTT system. Like with unexpected bills, like, you know, this gives you the optionality to turn it into HTTs. Like, you know, if you're in a 10-year lockup, well, this gives you flexibility on your time horizon. So I think it moves the bar for everybody to a larger stake, because it addresses some of the real concerns that all of us would have when at staking, too much, which is different for everybody. I think that amount is more now for everybody because of the actuator system.
Yep.
I haven't. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Every stake I've made since Actuator came out was 5555, and it wasn't like that before. So.
Yeah, and anecdotally, I think we, anybody disagree? I've been doing more staking than I've ever done for longer periods of time. It's kind of crazy, because there's optionality there. I can, there's an option to be able to access liquidity earlier if I want to, but I understand the risks of that, and everybody needs to do their own research. We are coming up on the 10-minute warning before we'll have to drop off. And we move on. Mati will come in here, and we'll move to the next thing. But I wanted to cover one other question that is out there. All right, so this is a pretty important one. So it's kind of dovetails into this question that we were just kind of addressing, right? What market are we playing to? There's also an aspect to this of, guys, hey, we always talk about Hex being some sort of financial revolution and available to the general public and the world, and TradFi is going to flock here. Do you think realistically, I love ladders, I have them. Realistically, is that the form of hex staking for TradFi? And I'm going to tell you no. That's what I think. I don't think TradFi is coming over here to build staking ladders old school the way we did it. All right. But this ecosystem that's being built is $1 billion idea, to steal Dewey's idea or statement. That's something that's being built now. It's already up and running. It's been up and running, guys, for over a year. So this isn't brand new. Something that's up and running now with a market of 500,000. I guess it fluctuates because of all the price, but a market of around 500,000 or so at 100x, right? That's a substantially higher number. 2 cycles or whatever, next 9-year cycle we go through, maybe it's 1,000x, because the ecosystem grows. So this could become a powerhouse of bond trading where TradFi may want to come over. And I don't know if anybody wants to talk about that.
I would jump in if nobody else wants to start. Yeah, so in my opinion, when I look at this is one of the things that gave me such a wide scope vision when I first started trying to understand. It took me a couple weeks and a lot of Crispy's beautiful videos on YouTube. Like, you got to check him out if you guys are really interested. Crispy Man has done a wonderful job with all these videos because he walks us through from many angles, and not just the angles, the vision. So in TradFi, you guys are talking about like bond markets and stuff like that, where these guys are trading gigantic amounts of money. Like, there are trillions of dollars in there, billions of dollars, $100 million moves back and forth, I'm sure probably are in that wheelhouse for those guys. And a lot of times they're working against other people, like as far as in between. Here, it's code. It's immutable, as we hear this word we talk about, but what it is they're not trusting any other man in between to do or not do. This is math. And the fact that when you can, like, if those guys have their, their people to look into these things and they can verify these things, I think there's another playground that's untapped in a way where, first of all, we're denominating things in hex. Like C3 said, that hex itself, or Boxy said, hex itself has the ability to move up and down, right? So it can appreciate. It's not a dollar. It doesn't stabilize at a dollar. It also has the fact that the immutable code can be put aside to say, okay, that's trustworthy. You can check that off. So now it's the love of the game, all right? The love of the game. Do they go in, like, some of these guys probably wake up and they got plenty of money, they're happy, but they love trading. And there is no other place and way to facilitate that in this world, like as far as hex goes, except right here, right now. And that vision maybe not be realized right away. It may be something, but that is open the door for something that is unique to this product, to this possibility. That people from outside can recognize something that they love and they do every day. They're fully aware. Numbers are gigantic. And when I say numbers are gigantic, let's think about Hex. Last time I ran up, I think it was like 70 billion market cap at some point, right? When it was up there, it was like right below ETH. So imagine if actuators running around like 1%, 3%, 5% of some of those numbers, it gets large really quickly. And if you're an early user of actuator as far as the token itself, and you can actually take advantage of the vaults and you believe in it, you're earning HTTs. We've been talking about that for a while, but people someone's going to need to fuel that. there's a discount in there somewhere where someone needs to, there's a lucrative aspect of like, let's add HTTs to the system because it's worth it right here, right now. That's liquid hex, right? You need hex to play in this. And the fact that people on the other side of that can take advantage of it once you have these over collateralized pools where HTTs exist in, which they do now, that's a huge component. Like you guys, that's a huge thing. If Crispy can go into details about that alone, that's an idea that these things are 1-for-1 in hex, like these guys talk about. And it will only increase to be that way because some side of the coin, one person has to buy it, but the other side of it, they have to sell it. And in between is where these guys live, the trading aspect. That's beauty. That, you know what I mean? That's a beautiful thing. It's alive. It's here right now if you want it. That's my perspective on this.
Yep. And there's different strokes for different folks, right? The world isn't all just hex stakers. Obviously, we see that on PulseChain, right? There's going to be traders, there's going to be people doing other things. Cash Money, over to you.
Yes. So it's basically like you're buying discounted hex. You can just buy it right off the market, and you're buying hex at a discount. When you make a hex stake, you're making a stake so you can increase your position in hex units. And this is another way to increase your hex units in so many other ways. And you can do it through immutable code, immutable contracts with no middleman. You can take advantage and unlock your liquidity and make even more yield on top, and you're getting discounted hex. Like it doesn't get more clear than that, right? Like you cannot lose hex using actuator. It's not possible. You're going to come out with more hex, and it's like if you have hex, you can make a hex stake. You can take a loan against that hex stake, and you can play the farms. You can either try to get yourself more hex. You can try to stack the actuator to earn HTTs in the vaults, and you can even get yourself more hex stakes. Either way, your hex is going to grow in hex terms. People look at the price. The price is to look at the certain point in a cycle, but throughout the cycle, you got to look at units. You got to get more units, and actuator provides you that utility to use your HSIs that are already earning yield to earn more yield. And like me, I'm buying hex every day, and it depends on the actuator price, on the ACTR price. What do I do for that day? Do I grab some more hex stakes and mint some HTTs? What is the value of the HTTs? Do I buy HTTs and buying discounted hex? There's many ways you can play it. You know what I mean? So I think what we're gonna do is maybe in a day or two we're gonna make a video, and we're gonna continue it, and we're gonna show. So what I'll do is I'll put 1 million hex in an account, and we'll go from there, and we'll make moves in actuator, and we'll grow the hex, and we'll see how far and how high we can get that hex balance. You know what I mean? So I think that's going to be good for the community. We're going to show a lot of people how it works, because a lot of people have questions and they think it's complicated, and it's not really that complicated. I know a lot of people use big terms and stuff, but it's very simple, and you're going to come out at the end with more hex, not less hex. And that is the main goal here, is to get more hex, right?
More hex.
Awesome.
Let me I know we only have a few minutes. We have a couple parking lot items that people have brought up in the background. One, we're in bootstrapping, actuators in a bootstrapping phase right now, where liquidity is just being built. Long term, absolutely correct that there's for full utilization, there'll need to be more liquidity. So we see that. There's been a question in the chat about the Hedron that's out there. When you delegate your HSIs, you still own the HSIs. So the Hedron's yours. You know, it doesn't impact you with not being able to get your Hedron if you want it. You have that ability. And there are no current plans at this time for launching on ETH. But hey, that's a possibility. But I think focus right now is on PulseChain, which is where we're at. As we round out this session and our discussion, there's two roles, right? Maybe there's two sides of the market. Anybody want to address this? You have the market where people buy it, and they have the market where people, meaning buy HTTs or sell HTTs, and then you have the market where people issue them or mint them. Anybody want to address those two?
I'll throw it out there real quickly. There's a given percent APR for a given spot on the curve. That APR to the minter of HTTs who sells them is a cost of funds. To the buyer of that HTT, it's the return on investment. And they meet in the middle. It's a two-sided market because they have different objectives. And it's the bringing together of the people who want liquidity with the people who are willing to provide liquidity, and they agree upon a rate.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, well said.
I mean, for me, that's the long story vision of what we're actually seeing in front of us that's here now. Like, those are the roads that are going to lead to something that's robust in a way where, when I say unique, I mean it has a fit in the whole, in the broader scope of the world, that it's now here with us. And we denominate this in hex terms, which we care about. You know, I mean, like Cash talks about units. Absolutely. So yeah, I think that for both sides of the field, when, like he said, that's perfectly said, because we're always going to need that, right? It's in the middle. That's where Actuator has given the roads to us.
Well, Dewey, here's an important point too for everybody listening. First, you don't have to participate in this. It's okay, right? Because that's the whole point. It's optionality for people to do stuff. And you don't have to understand and agree why somebody would want to mint their HTTs and put them on the market. You don't have to, right? What happens for me is when I look at it and somebody's going to sell their hex cheap, their future hex cheap, I want more hex. If I'm in the market for it and it fits my strategy, I'm going to get it. And we've seen the situation where somebody really, really wanted farming yield. And so they bought a whole bunch of HTTs. The HTT prices went really high. And there was a moment where people were trading 2 for 1. You know, they were minting HTTs and trading 2 for 1 for hex. So it creates a very interesting sub market. I agree that, you know, people understand that it's sub market, but there's different roles that people can play, and you don't have to agree with all the roles, right? If you just want more hex, you wait for people to sell stuff that you can pick up, and you're putting more demand on hex by buying the HTTs. It's a little diluted, but you get that. And if you want to get more hex, you wait for them to be overpriced. And you mint them and you swap them for more hex. And it's real. It's hard to see sometimes with the percentages. But
it's beautiful. What's up, Matty?
Hey, well, thank you guys for explaining the Actuator protocol and how it relates to hex. Let's go around the room and tell people where they can find more of your content as we transition to the next panel. C3.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Yep. Well, we are Actuator.finance. You can find us at Actuator.finance with the docs and the DApp. We're also out there.
Mr. Brendan. Yeah, that was pretty good, bro. I love all the stuff that they talk about. It's all super cool. And I have a confession to make once we're done with thoughts on the stuff they were talking about. I was thinking about alcohol and doing some research on some gin drinks that I could mix with my little dry bar that I got right over there on the side. But what are your thoughts, bro, before we get too sidetracked?
You know, I'm a big fan of Actuator protocol. I think that he's built a really strong tool that actually helps hex. It does. It helps hex. It actually tells people to stake your hex, because a lot of people are afraid to stake because, okay, what if I can't unstake? What happens if this, that? Well, this gives you a safety net, right? So bottom line, stake your hex, get your yield. This gives you a safety net. Or if you want to get a little bit deeper into things, if you want to play around in DeFi, then you can take out your HTT tokens. You can use them in the pools. You could even pair them with hex. At any point, you can buy back your hex by, you know, putting the HTTs back in. So if you have liquid hex, you make a hex stake, you pull out your HTTs, you create a farm, right? An LP with the HTTs and hex. So you're not even selling your HTTs. You'll always have them there to be able to get your hex stake back. But yet you're still yielding. And so there's just so many opportunities to increase your bags. And we talk about this a lot, right? It's like, how can we, when people are out of dry powder, increase their bags without adding any more capital? I think the Actuator protocol is one of those places where it gives you a really good opportunity to increase your bags even more. You know, it's almost like compounding staking. Hex staking is amazing. We know this. It's like it's paying you for your time. There is risk in yourself being a degenerate by pulling out HTT tokens. But if you're not going to make degenerate plays, then it's not risky at all. Because if you just take those HTTs and you pair them with Hex, you LP, you're going to make money, right? And so you're increasing your yield on your Hex stake.
Appreciate you coming on.
That's amazing. And so overall, I think actually it's a great protocol for anyone that hasn't used it. I really recommend just going and playing around with it. Go just like put a stake into one of their 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, whatever. Take out your HTTs and then see what you can do with them. You don't have to sell them. You don't have to do anything, but just play around, because as long as you have those HTTs, you can always just put them back into where your stake is and get your stake back. And so there really isn't any risk outside of you being a stupid degenerate and I don't know, selling all your HTTs for PDI and it goes to zero. I don't know.
Oh man, but it sounds too good to be true, but there really is, like, if you just don't fuck yourself up, there is no risk with using the actuator protocol. Like, excuse me. Like, you want to LP? Okay, congratulations. They're going, like, the HTT is going to equal 1 hex at some point in the future. So it's like impermanent loss. There is no impermanent loss. It doesn't exist. Oh, you want to pay it back? Okay, well, right now it's cheaper than 1 hex, and later on in time, on day 3,000, 7,000, 5,000, whatever, it's going to equal 1 hex. So you can buy it now, trade it for 1 hex later. Very similar to like the perpetuals, like the Lucky, the Trio, the Maximus, the Decimus, all those protocols. Very similar, but like way cooler because there's just so many more options. It's fucking sick.
Yeah, and some of these HTTs right now are a great return. Like if you go and you get HTT 7,000, right? You're getting a 62% fixed return in Hex. So you're increasing what you get on your Hex stake by 62%.
Yeah, it's like, why buy Hex? The only reason you would buy Hex as opposed to buying that HTT 7,000 is because you want to sell Hex before the HTT 7,000, you know, and it's like that's the only real reason. Or if the price is
it's a very cool protocol. Now look, there's always risk when you add layers on layers, right? Hex is code, you can run it from your computer, and so there's no intermediary risk. Are you adding a little bit of risk with actuator? Sure, maybe, but it's also immutable code. It's also smart contracts. And so it's not like you're dealing with necessarily a middleman per se, right? You still have your Hex stake and then you're pulling this out. So again, I just think there's a lot of opportunity for people to make money there and to increase your bags without increasing your capital. And that's really what DeFi is all about.
Yeah. Oh man, it is.
I'm actually,
what are these guys?
Every once in a while, every time I get talking about actuator, I actually get myself excited. I'm like, okay, make another Hex stake. I'm playing around with some more actuator, and they've added some more pools. When we had them on, when they first sort of launched, they had 3 pools, right? 3,000, 5,000, 7,000. And now they're up to 7 pools.
I'm still listening. Keep going.
They have 7 pools now: 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, and 7,777. Now, you also have some pools where you can earn APR. So you also have the actuator Hex. You have actuator wrapped pulse, which is the actuator token, not the HTTs. So those are different things, right? But yeah, it is very cool. So those are the Pulse X pools, and then you can
That's where I'm going to leave it for now, Jay.
Put your 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, and you can pair that with Hex. So those are all pools. They're on Pulse X. There are some pools on Fox.
Yeah, I think it's like a big, huge aggregator one, isn't it? It's like all of the HTTs all in one place, right?
Well,
if I remember correctly.
Yeah, they have a couple different ones, to be honest, because they have the Hex actuator wrapped pulse, and then they have the Maxi, Deci, Hex 7,000, 5,000, 3,000.
Okay.
So yeah, kind of like a little bit of everything.
All right. Gotcha. Gotcha.
So it
Mama
is,
Dog.
yeah, it's pretty cool.
Mama Dog is looking like she wants to jump up on the stovetop. That ain't gonna happen. No way. No way, no how. What are they talking over here? LPX, liquidity, traditional, liquidity, forced buyers and sellers. I don't know if this is super interesting to me. I was about to make a wizard staff with all of my
LPX?
empty beer cans. Yeah. Yep.
So, do you have a schedule? Let's just take a look at the schedule, see what else is coming up. I think there's only a couple more sessions.
Yeah, so it'll go. Oh yeah, it's gonna go till about 11 p.m. something like that. Let's see. Let's see. And we don't have to be on camera the whole time. This is a watch party, so this is for the folks at home. They could just go watch on Maddie's channel, but instead you guys are watching here on the Degen Roundtable. Let's see. I cannot pull up the schedule while I am.
Well, we can just read it. I can just read it out if you want.
Yeah. Oh, you got it pulled up with you?
I'm about to pull it up. Yeah.
Oh yeah. If you could read that out, that'd be awesome.
Let's see. Okay. So right now we have day 2.
So that leads me to why
we are at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, so this is a 20-minute conversation between Jay Gold and Crispy Man about Hex LPX strategy, which I don't know if it interests you. After that is Brandon Davis, Rags Riches, who's been on.
I do like Rags.
So he has a Twitch.win. He is a donor, so that's a donor talk. But outside of it being a donor talk, it's actually going to be a good talk because Rags always puts out good content. And one of the things I like about Twitch.win is that it's great for PulseX. It has some really cool features, as in, if a token has, I don't know, a fee, right? Not all protocols take that into consideration. If it has a tax when they're actually, trying to switch tokens. And so a lot of times it might fail. Switch.win, it actually takes those tax tokens into consideration and allows you to have a much better chance to get to understand how many tokens you're actually going to get, because it calculates the tax tokens within your transaction. So there are some cool things. And not only that, but it works on PulseChain and it works on other protocols as well. So it's a protocol that can bring people, into PulseChain or get people knowing about PulseChain as well.
I do hope that tax tokens become much less popular because boy howdy, am I sick of that shit.
10% I don't know about when you buy, 10% when you sell.
Yeah, it's just like, why? Why would I engage in that? No, thank you. I mean, perhaps I'm not their target audience. Perhaps they want someone with a Labatt Blue wizard staff that is less than 5 beers tall. Maybe they're looking for those 10 tall 10 tall can staffs. We'll see how high we can go. Ooh, that's like at waist height whilst I'm sitting. If I take another one and I stack it right on top, it shows up on camera. Oh, this is gonna be great. Gotta make this talk. But yeah, I love anything that Rags has to do. Rags is very intelligent. Rags is an OG friend of the Degen Roundtable. I remember Jeff introduced us to him, and man, he was a cool guy. We've had him on the show at least twice, I believe. He was back during the original Whiskey Wednesdays when Josh was running Whiskey Wednesdays, and things were crazy.
Hex is going up and Hex is going down. Whatever that volatility.
So I you know what? I just said screw it. I just created another 100K Hex stake.
Yes. Oh,
Actuator 3000.
Excellent. Excellent. Very nice, bro. This is good. You're giving me FOMO. Because I had just so I told you recently that I was able to increase my bag token count by like 10 or 15% or something. And I was heavily thinking when it was that time, I was like, ooh, should I just make a big fucking actuator stake? Because I had passed one of my milestones and I had a whole bunch of extra tokens. And I was like, man, I could just take all these extra tokens that's past my magical number I had in my head, and I could just delegate them and then take that delegation and turn those into hex stake, and then take that hex stake and turn it into another hex stake, and just et cetera, just like keep building up this. Oh fuck. Oh, never mind. She's eating a cardboard box. Bro, having a dog that is not like trained to do thing. Every time I hear like the smallest noise or the slightest like crunching of plastic, I get to like, oh fuck, what's she eating now? Because she's eaten like some light switches so far, and some buckles, and she's taken my shoes and warm weather hats on several occasions, and gone like crawled off into a corner and started the process of ripping them apart. So I just don't trust anything anymore with this dog in the house. It's an interesting feeling. But anyways, what were we talking about? We were talking about actuators and FOMO. It's like, yeah, bro, don't fucking tell me too much of that shit, because then I'll go right there with you, and I'll start delegating stakes. In fact, I still have a whole bunch of stakes that are just floating around in my pockets that I could delegate to the actuator and withdraw all the hex from them, and then just make more stakes and things. Those are the ones I was telling you about earlier that I had delegated a while ago. I withdrew all the HTT tokens, sold them for hex, made more stakes with them, and then when the price of the HTT token plummeted, I just rebought up all the HTT tokens and just like bought my I redeemed my, or what is it called when you undelegate? Where you like you pay back your loan from the protocol. I did that thing. So
I'm not sure what I want to do with this new one. I might LP half of it.
Yeah.
And then I might take the other half and switch to hex and take out that crazy ladder stake.
Oh man. It's so tempting, isn't it? There's so many good options. So many good fucking options.
You know, it's again, you need to play around with this to really understand it for people that haven't, because it is a really good way to make money. And again, you're still staking. You still have your hex stake.
Yeah, it is still sort of kind of yours.
And I'm buying more hex next week. So whatever.
World's biggest bonus, or Brendan's biggest bonus.
Yeah,
fucking close enough, dude.
Dude, I might honestly just double all of the hex that I own.
Oh, dude, that'd be so cool. That'd be so cool.
At these prices, like that would be incredible, right?
That'd be nuts, man. Me and Dace have this conversation all the time where it's just like, man, I came upon a bunch of money and I really should be a responsible adult and take care of my real life bills and like, you know, invest in my future, replace the water heater, you know, get that new transmission for my truck, you know, all this like responsible adult stuff. And it's like, but that hex price is so fucking tempting right now, you know. And it's like, god damn it, fucking into the wallet she goes, baby. So I had done that with my
what's a million hex right now? Like under 2K, right?
Oh yeah, dude, it's fucking let's see. Let's take a quick little look here. So 1 million hexaroonies is, I got Pateus pulled up right now. I fucking love Pateus. Pateus is so cool. Let's see. 1 million regular old PHEX. 1000000. Oh, $2,796. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. 2,000. It's just about 2,800. $4 shy. So pretty fucking good.
Well, yeah, and
pretty fucking simple to get a milli hex.
One hex buys you 1.39 HTT 3000s right now.
Oh man, 1.7 HTT 3000s. Or did I hear you correctly? Oh man.
And we're just pointing out a few of the numbers here at our.
Oh wow, look at that! Yeah, 83% of a hex token for one HTT 3000. Not too shabby. Let's see which one's the cheapest. HTT 7000 is the 61% of a hex.
The 7000 is really good, really well priced right now.
I can't believe that the Quattro 70 the Quattro Septo is more expensive than the 7,000. That's interesting to me.
I think because not a lot of people are using it. Like if you look at the total value locked, there's nothing there.
Yeah.
And I think it's 7,000 just a lot. That's what people are using and locked up. So
yeah, I'm gonna scroll down to liquidity. So let's see. Oh, that's why. So liquidity for the Quattro 7.0 is 600,000 liquidity units. I don't know what that means. Is that in dollars? Oh, it's in hex units.
Oh yeah,
I want
Jack.
it in
It's in
dollars.
that hex.
Yeah.
It changes every.
Let's see.
I will be.
Oh,
potentially
it's
doubling that bag
1,000.
next week, so
$1,700 for the Quattro 7.0.
How much?
It's just shy of $2,000 of liquidity for the Quattro 7.0 hex liquidity pool. So that's why the price is so crazy. Let's see, we got HTT. The Fux has 16,000. The HTT 4,000 has $35,000 of liquidity.
Some people unreal, but
HTT 3,000 has $46,000 or $48,000 of liquidity.
Okay, well, you see,
The next one up, 6,000, 5,000, and I can't tell what that other one is. 3,000 all have about 60K of liquidity, and then the biggest liquidity pool is HTT 7,000, which has $95,000 or $95,000 of liquidity. So let's see the total amount of liquidity.
Crispy was talking in the actuator when that presentation talking
man.
about, what do you want these people to
I would have to add them all up, but yeah, it's over 500,000. So
no, you'd like to have them.
oh wait,
oh man,
because then they're
total hex time token liquidity 230,000. Okay.
So if you can come over here
I guess that's in the one side. So the other side, yeah. So with the hex side and the HTT side, looks like it's about $500,000. That's pretty fucking cool.
Yeah, that's
fucking nifty.
What's in it for me type of.
I'm by the way, I'm still doing these some rolling stakes as well. I'm doing, in addition to my long stakes, I'm doing some rolling stakes with hex.
Oh yeah.
30 and 60-day stakes, and honestly, I'm still netting like a significant amount of hex. Like a 60-day stake could net me what cost me like $5,000 when I first got into hex, when it was at 20 cents.
We often will criticize people about selling.
Fucking A.
Like, you guys
man, I remember when I first got in, hex was 4 cents. Oh, so good. What was the hex price when you first learned about hex and started doing hex things?
19
you
cents.
Remember? Oh fuck, dude. Oh man. You and Dace were right there at that spot.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I bought some then, but I bought so much towards the lows that, again, if I double my bags next week, if I double my hex bags next week, I'll need less than a 2x to be pretty far into the green.
Oh yeah, dude, that'd be so fucking cool. That'd be so cool. I'm happy for you. I am like vicariously happy for Brendan's bags. This is kick ass.
I'm just gonna keep buying, and thing is, for me, like, I'm not using all of my bonus for crypto. I did sacrifice for ProveX, and that's coming out of my bonus because I kind of paid myself forward a little bit, if that makes sense.
Yes, I just finished paying myself back for my ProveX sacrifice as well.
One or two words.
So there's that, and then just want we paid off our wedding recently, so do want a little bit of more buffer, right? A little bit more slush in the fund just in case. So we'll do that, and then I'll probably just have the rest of it in my own savings account, which at some point could be used for crypto. And then that'll be kind of like my own savings, and that'll be dry powder if things go worse, or if there's other things I want to invest in, or I might invest more of it. We'll see. I don't even know exactly how much I'm going to get yet. So after the government takes its 50% or whatever it is.
Yeah, it's fucking good old governmento bastards. Man, just DC. Hey, fucking, we got a nice little quote here. from Hexicans Lost in Asia. I just DCA, bro. Don't ape in like a degen. Please pause. I beg to differ. I do the opposite. I back the whole fucking truck up anytime I have the opportunity. Oh shit. Yo. You mind if we take a moment for some quick chat shout outs, Mr. Brandon?
Yeah.
Yo, so time for chat motherfucking shout outs, ladies and germs. I want to give a big motherfucking shout out to Mr. Goddamn Jack Bauer 1865. For those of you guys that don't know, Jack Bauer 1865, super cool, awesome cat, but he says, haha, everyone is sounded sleepy, then realized I had the playback speed all wrong. That's fucking awesome. Oh my god, that's kick ass. He's about to sell some of his silver for Hex before it drops. Hell yeah, dude. Silver is at like a crazy high right now. I know that Sami's been talking about silver lately, and there's some folks that have been comparing silver to Ethereum. Yep, moon-pilled rational optics, same here. Fucking A right, dude. That's awesome. Good shit. And Jack, I have a special thing that I want to show you, amigo. For those of you guys that don't know, Jack is the Hex Swords guy, and I have right here. Oh fuck! This is a very, very heavy. Oh god, fuck! Oh, I need both hands to fucking pick this thing up.
Natty, how are you?
But I've got this big fucking 40-pound piece of steel here that I call a sword. And so this is for Mr. Jack Bauer. Broski, I'm at my house and I've got my big fucking sword. So shout out to you, amigo. And if you guys need a sword made, then go check out Hex Sword on Twitter, or give Jack a message or a call. He's already made a sword for me. He's making a sword for Crypto Coffee. He's making a sword for Mr. Dace Northall. He's a fucking sword maker extraordinaire. So that's what I got for Jack Bauer. Good to see you, broski. Let's see. Then we've got the other folks in the chats as well. Shout out to Mr. Hexican Lost in Asia. Seen you just a moment ago. And then we've also got Ian J. Dub, Mr. Frank White, Mr. Conspiracy Crypto, my good friend Ramon. What's up, amigo? And yeah, whole bunch of cool ass degens that we got. So that's what I've got. I'm gonna go ahead and shut up because Brandon's talking. So
yeah, let's jump into this. So Brandon's really smart, super smart dude to talk to. We've had him on the show a few times. Suggest listening to this 20-minute segment, then we'll probably come back and talk a bit more.
That we know.
Sounds good. I'm gonna mute myself.
Shout out to
I'm gonna grab some whiskey.
Gravity. Looks like he's blowing up the chat here. Hexagon, nice to have you in here. Tam, awesome. Saw your talk last night. Good job on that. Pulse Ray Vision in here. Smo Spider, absolutely killing it. Susie Q, it's so cool to see all these faces from the past here. Freddie Quotes in the house. Nice to have you in here. UpX tokens. Nice to have everybody in here. All right, here's the deal. I do not have a lot of time. Okay, I've got about 20 minutes. And I wanted to kind of take this opportunity to tell you guys about me. There are some folks that don't know about me, and I want to kind of paint the picture that way. I want to talk about PulseChain. I want to talk about Hex, kind of where I found out about Hex and how that whole process took place. And I'm going to kind of took some notes here, and I'm just going to go through. I wanted to make sure that I hit everything here. At any point in time, if you guys have questions or anything, you can pop them in the chat. It's not a problem. So, first and foremost, thank you for having me here, guys. I want to start this talk by kind of grounding this talk in a little bit of reality. All right. And actually, before I start here, I'm going to start my timer to make sure that I can time this right. There we go. So I'm starting this grounded in reality here. I'm not here, guys, to sell you a token. I'm not here to attack anybody. I'm not here to attack a chain, anybody else. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend that PulseChain does not have any sort of critics, because we all know that it does. And I'm here to talk about a couple things that, in my opinion, are far more important than any sort of price action. And those three things that I kind of sat down and thought about here is infrastructure, culture, and I think most importantly, leadership. And it's those three things, and not hype, are actually what decides whether an ecosystem is going to survive long term. And I'm not just talking about crypto. You know, those leadership is important for any organization. Okay. And we can take these ideas and apply this to any box. So if you guys didn't know, my name is Brandon Davis. I run a development company now called buildthetech.com. And everything that I'm sharing with you guys right now is based on experience. I have been in this space a pretty long time relative to some newer folks. So 2013 or so. And I've gotten an idea through a lot of mistakes, a lot of trial and error of what works and what does not work. So back in 2013, crypto wasn't as glamorous. It was super hype. There were no polished interfaces when it comes to dApps. There were influencers, but certainly not the amount of influencers that we have now. The VC-backed narratives didn't really exist back then. You were here because you were curious. You're definitely here because you wanted to make money. And a lot of people here, even going back further, they were here because they didn't trust the existing system. And I encourage you guys to pull out Satoshi's white paper to kind of understand like what the mindset was back then, because I certainly didn't understand back then what it was all about. And I'll tell you that in light of what's been happening over the past decade, 15 years or so, to our world at large, I think cryptocurrency in its purest form is extremely important now. So if we fast forward, you know, I got in 2013. I think I got in when Coinbase only offered Bitcoin, I think, and then they went Ethereum and then XRP or Litecoin, and then it exploded. But that's the only thing you can get. So I bought it back then, screwed up, made all the wrong choices and decisions. And fast forward to 2020, and that's kind of where we're set now. Friends and family actually created a Telegram room just for me. And it was a place for them to ask me questions about Bitcoin, about Ethereum, about wallets, about mining. So I mined Bitcoin back then too. And then also just about security, general questions and ideas about that. So something pretty interesting happened when they created that group for me. The group grew. Word spread pretty quickly, you know, locally, friends and family and stuff. And suddenly I was kind of answering the same sort of questions over and over every single day. I could not keep up. So I made a simple decision. I just started a YouTube channel. And the reason that I wanted to start a YouTube channel, it wasn't because I wanted a brand. It wasn't because I was chasing clout. But it was because one video could answer a question from 10 people that I got in one day. So I just sent them to the YouTube channel. So it was pretty cool. And I was doing all sorts of crazy content back then. Yeah. I think one of them was like, was Karl Marx, would he be a Bitcoin proponent or something like that? I was just trying to come up with crazy ideas. Nobody was watching my videos except my friends and family, but it didn't really matter. That decision to create that YouTube channel really changed the trajectory of my life up until that point for a variety of different reasons. I first heard about Hex on Twitter, and I think I heard about Hex maybe late 2019. And I saw Richard Hart. I saw the top hat. I saw all the bold claims that he was making, and he was, you know, educating folks. I was extremely skeptical. I was probably extremely skeptical for about a year. And, you know, instead of reacting emotionally, I did what I've tried to always do, which is I actually dug in and I read the contract. Okay. And what I found was very surprising based on the general sentiment about Richard Hart and Hex. So Hex wasn't magic. Hex wasn't, you know, perfect per se, but it was extremely novel. The thing that I realized really quickly was that the supply distribution through time locking, not just buying, was extremely important. It rewarded commitment over any sort of speculation. And the T-share system objectively incentivizes long-term behavior. And, you know, a lot of folks on the internet, they said, you know, it's a scam. You just stake your hex and you earn more hex. Scam, 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 scam. I said, well, guys, like, you know, what's the difference between a VC insider and all of his buddies buying up all the supply before it gets out there? Hex is a distribution model ultimately. And I really appreciate that about it. So, you know, the extreme criticism, but there was also extreme praise with regards to Hex and Richard. So I tried to really ignore both sides and just focus on the logic. And what happened was I used my YouTube channel that I created a while back. And I said, you know what? I want to introduce Hex to my small little group of people, just friends and family, essentially. So I want to make a YouTube video about it, explaining what Hex actually was. And I didn't hype it. I didn't promise it. I just kind of told people what I found. And I did not expect anything to happen whatsoever. So what actually happened was the YouTube algorithm did what the YouTube algorithm was supposed to do. And Hexicans ended up finding my channel because I took the time to understand the product and I didn't just repeat all of the talking points that we saw all over the internet. And so YouTube connected people who wanted to hear that message, Hexicans, to that video, and it just kind of blew up. And I kept making more and more videos as I learned. I remember getting a lot of stuff wrong about the Hex contract because it wasn't the most simple thing to kind of digest all at once. But I remember Hexicans were extremely nice in my comments and just kind of correcting me on how it works. I said, cool, take that information, make the next video about it. And I know that there's some people in this chat that were around with me back then when YouTube did what it was supposed to do. So I thought it was complete. I didn't know a Hexican, and it was interesting to see that happen. So long story short, that channel objectively ended up onboarding tens of thousands of people into Hex and PulseChain. Lots and lots of videos, lots and lots of interaction with the community. And I think that it wasn't because I told people to buy. I really tried to educate people. And it was an interesting dynamic because it forced me to learn. I had to educate myself before I felt comfortable enough to go talk to other people about it. And it's because I respected people enough to be very honest, straightforward, knowledgeable. And I wanted to know it well enough to be able to explain it on my own. A little bit about me with regards to this, and it all connects. It'll dovetail here. I'm very motivated, deeply motivated by fairness. I hate lies. I hate slander. I hate watching people get attacked for narratives that aren't grounded in reality. And we see that everywhere in our world. So for that reason, I defended Hex with facts and data. The uncomfortable truth is that facts and data, they don't matter. Okay. They don't matter in this world. Facts alone really don't win arguments anymore. Right. It's really just the public sentiment, and it's the mob mentality. Doesn't work in politics. You guys know that about me. It doesn't work in crypto, and it doesn't even work within our own communities. A lot of times, you know, I supported holding Bitcoin and Ethereum as hedges, and I took a lot of heat for that. I disagreed with maximalism, and I definitely paid a social price for that. But I think that at that point in my life, I found that, you know, holding to principles were more important than trying to gain the approval of the mob. And I think that over time, a lot of people come to that same conclusion. So I'm a day one PulseChain and PulseX holder and a sacrificer. And early on, I knew something pretty critical. I didn't think that PulseChain was just another fork. I really didn't. It's completely different type of community. I'd never seen anything like it. Just absolutely wild, raving fanatics, right? That's where you get the word fan. But there was going to be a transition. And if you guys kind of listen to some of my content back then, before PulseChain launched, I kind of warned people about this. I said we were going to go from a single asset culture to a full layer one ecosystem, right? And I think that in that instance, we were going to go through a pretty painful phase. And I think we're kind of still in that painful phase. You know, when new chains launch, and especially with the community that we had, it creates kind of a land rush. Okay. Everybody's trying to settle that land. So you get attention wars, you get factions, you get people with really, really big egos, you get massive amounts of drama. And PulseChain was definitely no exception to that, and really still is not any exception to that. What made it a lot harder, ladies and gentlemen, was the timing. I think that one of the mistakes that a lot of us make is not being able to zoom out and take a look at what's happening around the world and the massive amount of changes. And even the previous administration, kind of how they hamstrung cryptocurrency from a legal aspect, financial aspect, all sorts. So the stars align in the wrong way for us, I think. But what's interesting, a testament to this community, we still have like a HEX conference. You know, we've got what, 40, 50, 60 speakers. That's really important. And it's very vibrant in Telegram and Twitter. And there's people in the real world doing really good things, trying to get the word out and spread the message. So I think that that's very important. So, you know, there was infighting, still is infighting. There's tribalism. There's people. This is what I really hate the most. It's the people that are tearing others down just so they can cut through the noise and be seen. And you know, it's not a good thing, but I will concede that it definitely is a human thing, and we know that. But I think the most important thing about this is we get the opportunity to choose how we respond to this stuff. Now, I started making that choice. I said, I'm going to make a decision here, and I'm going to, I didn't want to compete for attention by destroying others publicly. I didn't feel good about it. It feels good in the moment. You're getting tapped with that dopamine and you're just in a fist fight with somebody, knock somebody in the teeth, but it's not good. It's not good for anything. So there's one quote that would go through my head back in the day. And I think this is from Nietzsche. I don't know for sure, but rudeness is a weak man's imitation of strength. And I'm not preaching at you guys. Trust me, I've failed at this plenty of times before. But I was trying to ask myself a little bit of a better question. And I said, what actually builds something that lasts, right? When we're not pointing at each other and we start looking outwards and figuring out how do we really want to make this thing sustainable. And I don't think it's any sort of outrage marketing personally. I don't think it's dunking on people. I don't think it's winning Twitter arguments per se. Does that help? Yes. You have to concede that it helps, especially if you have a big audience. But I think that the three things that it's important for us to focus on moving forward is going to be infrastructure. It's going to be cultural changes. And I think it's going to be people picking up leadership roles and really moving this forward, embodying it and changing the culture. You know, one influencer at a time, I guess you could say. And here's something we don't say enough in crypto. You don't have to agree with someone to treat them with respect. You don't have to like another chain to build bridges. You don't have to win every argument to lead by example. Sometimes just introducing somebody to a principled group of people or culture is all they need to do to reconsider their assumptions. You got to understand that people out there, they're dealing with the same sort of culture that we are. And if we can just be a little bit better, be a little bit more understanding, willing to engage in respectful dialogue, you know, even if they don't agree with us, they'll probably keep coming back because it's just a better alternative psychologically for these people. So olive branches, folks, they're not weakness. And looking back on it so many times, man, just ashamed to say that I was a part of a lot of conversations with people that were just unacceptable. And me personally, I just want to move away from that. And I'm trying to spread the message to everybody else that I think that's very important if we want to make this a long-term thing. A mature ecosystem will extend those olive branches, even if they're not reciprocated. Okay.
Try to spend your energy on making things better rather than making things worse. And again, I'm kind of talking to myself right now. If I had a diary, I'd be talking to myself. I don't have one. So let's talk about infrastructure. These are one of the points that I was talking about, and I'm 16 minutes in already. Okay. I watched PulseChain evolve. I noticed a little pattern. Everybody wants attention. Very few people wanted responsibility. Responsibility in terms of development and infrastructure kind of looks like this. We want to write code that can't rug. We want to ship products that work. We want to reduce friction for users. We want to make it easier, not harder, to onboard capital. I built buildthetech.com for that reason. So I wanted to be a part of the solution. And part of building buildthetech.com is we brought to market 35 projects for other people. And one of the other reasons is I wanted to build my own projects. I wanted to have control over it and do it the right way. So we're going to talk about Switch.win. Switch.win is currently live on PulseChain. Switch on PulseChain is a ground-up decentralized exchange aggregator. Now, many of you don't know what that means exactly. So what you need to do is imagine you're on Ethereum. You want to trade one cryptocurrency like Ethereum for another like USDC. There's hundreds of DEXs out there. There's Uniswap, SushiSwap, there's PancakeSwap, and literally thousands of other liquidity sources on Ethereum. And each one of those has their own pools of money. And each one of those pools has different prices, slightly different prices for the same asset. So what we do as a DEX aggregator, it will come in, it will automatically scan multiple decentralized exchanges and liquidity sources, and sometimes hundreds. There's hundreds of those DEXs on Ethereum. It'll scan it in seconds to find the absolute best price and route for your swap. It pulls it all together and it gives you the best possible price. So if you're a buyer of PLS, for example, if you want to come in heavy into PulseChain, maybe you have 5 figures, 6 figures, 7 figures, or even smaller amounts, it's in your best interest to allow Switch.win to scan all the liquidity sources on PulseChain. There might even be some that we know about that you don't know about. And we're going to gather the cheapest crypto for your dollar paid. Switch.win has the fastest switch time objectively. Now, we say switch time, not swap time, okay? And that's on PulseChain. We've compiled a list of 95 to 98% of the tokens on PulseChain. It's extremely easy to add your favorite tokens. If you're afraid of connecting your wallet to a third-party decentralized app, which you should be, always be careful. Switch code has been double audited by outside firms. That's Switch.win. On PulseChain, there's an inordinate amount of tax tokens. In order to account for the buy tax or the sell tax on the token, users must first manually go to the settings of their favorite DEX or their favorite aggregator. You have to manually change those settings. Switch.win solves this problem. We auto-detect the tax token fee. Our proprietary solution auto-adjusts your slippage for you, and then it allows you to execute the trade quickly and seamlessly. Switch will even reset your slippage to 0.5% when you go to trade for a different regular token. When launching new project on PulseChain, developers often need to worry about scammers and hackers sharing fake contract addresses. These contract addresses trick people into buying the scam project that looks like the real one. Switch decided to create a free widget generator. Now, what does this mean? Developers can create a widget. They can set their default pair to be traded within 30 seconds. You can change the color scheme of the frame to match your logo style, or you can simply copy the code. You can embed it directly to your website. You can send people directly to the website to trade for your token. We're soon launching a partner program. You can share protocol fees directly. So if you want to integrate with Switch.win, we're going to share those fees with you. You can create a website in your own sub-community. You can send them there. Any fees that are collected, it'll go straight to you as well. So that's pretty nice. We've been live for roughly 2 months now on PulseChain in kind of a beta form. In the coming week, we'll be launching a substantial upgrade to Switch routing. And we're going to ensure that 85 to 90% of the time, our rates will beat every liquidity source or aggregator that exists on PulseChain. On the topic of fees, Switch will have a flat fee for trading when fees are finally turned on. So that's nice. Fees are free right now. Okay, you don't have to worry about that. We didn't have an ICO. We didn't have a sacrifice. We have no token associated with this. This is pure utility. Switch exists on Base and Ethereum, PulseChain as well. And I'm excited to say that moving forward here in the future, very near future, you can follow me on Twitter, Brandon R2R. We're going to be announcing a very, very significant infrastructure project that's going to tie in with Switch as well. And this has already been built and this has already been audited. We just want to give the community the tools to be successful. And then for outsiders kind of looking in, folks, this is important too. We want people to kind of, look at PulseChain maybe the first time, pull up DeFi Llama, look at all the protocols and what we have. And we want them to say, hey, these guys, they've got their stuff together and we already have our stuff together very well. And we just want to make it better. We want to keep up with the existing technology out there. So, Mati, I think, is that my time, man?
Yeah. Great job. Wow.
Yes. Got it. I was stressing there for a minute, man. So if you guys want to learn more about it, you can go to buildthetech.com. You can contact me directly, Brandon R2R on Twitter. You can go to switch.win. You can use this now. It's completely free. We have a really, really cool limit order system that's coming as well. And it's going to be different than anything else that exists in cryptocurrency. And I'm really excited to show you guys that. And it's a very trustless limit order system. So I'm excited too.
Well, very impressive, well-balanced talk, and definitely bringing the tech to Hex and PulseChain, and definitely appreciate the support of the conference. So yeah, you rock. Thank you.
Thank you, buddy. Be good now.
Awesome. All right. Take care. And everybody follow Brandon and use switch.win.
Please do. We love it. Give us feedback.
Up next, we have Das Bomb after this interlude. Thanks.
After these messages from our sponsors. By the way, guys, this Hex Conference is not brought to you by Labatt Blue, but it could be.
Did we turn down the sound a little bit?
Yes, I'm trying to. Man, I've been firing off messages between devs this whole conversation with Rags. I happen to have two of my developer friends hit me up. So one of them was the dude that I was just showing you that made the program that allows Hexicans to put in their world location, their business, their contact information, and shit that they can do to solve other Hexicans problems and stuff. So I was just chatting with him, and it was super cool and awesome. So we got fucking BPK Dust Bomb. Hell yeah. I bought some shit from him in the past. He's got an Etsy store where he sells oh shit. What is it that he sells? He sells those seed phrase stamp collection things where you can pound your little 12-word seed phrase into some steel washers and things.
Nice.
You've spoken at many Hex conferences, and
I like Dust Bomb. He's a fun guy, a cool guy. And all the messages in the chats, whenever you have messages with Dust Bomb, they all get deleted. He's one of those Telegram dudes.
Just put me on full screen and I'll stop.
Always good to hear, Brandon. One thing I'd love to see out of Switch.win, and maybe the infrastructure needs to be built first, but if you use it for Ethereum, you can have limit orders. No limit orders on PulseChain. Maybe that's because PulseX doesn't have limit orders, and there's no current infrastructure built for that on the Pulse side. But man, I would love to see him be able to get limit orders out there. It's a super easy interface. I don't know if you've used it, but it is.
Hello to everybody in the chat as well.
It's pretty cool that you can use it on multiple
Will, Susie,
networks. Go to Ethereum-based PulseChain, and man, I just wish that we had those limit orders.
It would be nice. You can do semi-effective limit orders by making sell walls and buy walls, but it's just not the same because you got to pull the liquidity, and you have to be paying attention. And I just realized that my thingamajigger has fallen off of its stand. You can there's ways that you can sort of kind of do limit orders, but using the Rags tech, way cooler, way more awesome.
Lock-ins, passwords, steps for websites, ICO, stakes, LPs, farm setup.
We are coming up on the 10 o'clock hour.
It is indeed almost 10 o'clock. If you got to hop off at any time, broski, I am more than happy to also hop off. We will keep the stream rolling until the end of the stream for the folks at home. But I am, let's see, I am 6 beers deep on my wizard staff. How are you doing over there, Mr. Brendan?
Well, I've had a few glasses of these and had a little bit of this.
Oh, there we go. Hang on,
it's
I
not
gotta
as
bring
easy
up
to keep track of how much I've drank because the bottle was already open. But
I gotta bring up the full screen. So, like on my laptop, you are a very small part on a very big screen because I don't know why. I think it's because the laptop screen is only like this fucking big, and it is a tough book. What is it that you're drinking over there?
I'm drinking Pinot Noir.
Ooh, some wine.
Next, password and logins. Create easy to remember passwords. This is super important. Great picture for that.
Oh, he's got XKCD up. Hell yeah. Have you ever read XKCD?
No.
Oh my god, dude. Their webcomic is so fucking hilarious. It's all about math, love, romance, rocket science. It's fucking great. I actually have his book up on my shelf just over there. I don't own very many books, but I own one of the books that the author on screen right now that Das Bomb has up.
So
that's fucking sweet.
It's just more complicated. There are 4 random common words.
Should I turn them up?
Yeah, we'll turn them up. I'll probably be on here for maybe another 10 minutes or so.
Okie dokie. Sounds good. I will go ahead and then turn the volume up all the way to the max, and then send me some sort of signal or something when you are ready to.
Save backups of your 2FA QR codes. This is going to help you. For example, if you have an Exchange login or your email login, and then somehow you lose your wallet, you use your authenticator app or whatever. Now, if you have a backup of your original 2FA QR code, you can just get back in without having to contact support, or maybe your whole account is lost because you don't have the 2FA anymore. And this just helps you to get back into your account without any headaches. Disable SMS authentication. This is because of SIM swap attacks. Just look into it. Very bad thing. And here's an example of how you could write down and note your email and your logins and so on in a secure way. So you have your Gmail, for example, my email at gmail.com. You have your secure passwords, the horse battery stable. You have a note and your recovery email, for example, or any other. And then you have your separate Gmail account, HexBeliever33 Gmail. It has a different password. You also have a reminder for the password and a note. 2FA, Google Auth, you remove the SMS, and you have your recovery Proton email or whatever. So it's just an example. Next is a wallet note example. You have your type, your address, your passphrase, and a note. And the passphrase, specifically the first 3 wallet addresses, are on your first passphrase. So you note it as A. This is the passphrase, and then you have your backup somewhere. So this is your main test and trading wallet. And then on your second passphrase, for example, you have the B1 wallet, B2, B3. Those are the sequential derivation created addresses. You have your stakes, your LP, your Degen memes. And if you organize it in this way, you cannot forget you have your specific tokens in a separate address. You have your stakes ending maybe in 2025, and you forgot to do that because that was 2 weeks ago. So yeah, this is the example. Next, learn crypto basic. Risk is the stuff you don't know. It's easy to get lost. So here are just a few topics that you should look into it, because I cannot go into them in detail, but you should know about them. Your crypto is stored on the blockchain, not in your wallet software. Learn how it works. Seed words, passphrase, private and public keys, derivation path. It's important to know how the backend works for this. How to unstuck transactions. What are RPC settings? How to revoke allowances. anything about mining, validating, staking, farming, liquidity providing. The more you use of this stuff, the more you should know the minute differences and so on and how they work. DEX, Railgun, Tornado Cash, also very good to know how they work specifically, especially because there are so many different type of DEXs, what they do, what's technology they use, etc. And for all of this, you can find more detailed videos on my YouTube. It's Baum Crypto on YouTube. And we also have T.me Hex Settings 37. This is a channel where we combined the admins in the Telegram, the Hex Telegram. We combined a lot of information, help videos, guides, links to websites and so on. All the things they are there. You should have a look at it. Next, wallet software. There is internetmoney.io. It's PulseChain optimized. It does have Chrome and mobile. I wouldn't recommend using mobile phones in general, but if you have like a test wallet or so, it's okay to do, or just maybe a small amount on your mobile if you really need it on the go. Pulsewallet.org. It's a Rabbit clone. Also has Chrome and mobile support. OKX wallet supports PulseChain, which is nice natively. So you have information and data available. Then Rabi.io, it's a really good wallet, but unfortunately they don't support it natively anymore. You can still use it on PulseChain via custom network settings, but you won't have like graphs and dollar amounts and so on. And then there is MetaMask.io. Funnily enough, it's the most used wallet. It's like something ridiculous, like 80% people still use that, but it's mostly buggy. So I suggest to avoid it, but it's sometimes you cannot get away from it because go.hex.com, for example, only works natively with MetaMask wallet because it was created way before there were any other wallets around and even before Wallet Connect was around. So you're kind of stuck using that one unless you try Internet Money or Rabbit.io. They have an emulate feature, so they try to look like MetaMask. It works sometimes it doesn't. So my suggestion: get comfortable with all wallets, install them each on a separate Google Chrome profile, so you have access to them. And then if one of them somehow breaks down, you still have another alternative that you can use, and you will be familiar if you already tested them a little bit before. Next, passphrase. Very important to know, and you should use one if you can. You cannot use one for hex stakes that you did before, but maybe you want to introduce it for your next wallet or your next stakes, hex stakes for the future. The little gist, you have your 12 seed words or 24 or 33 or whatever system you use. If you have no passphrase, it's generating wallet A1, A2, A3, etc. You have unlimited amount, but you can also choose to select a passphrase. In this case, the passphrase is Martha. You should have a more secure passphrase, but it would generate B1, B2, B3 wallet, also endless amount of wallets. And if you use another one, John's Best Steakhouse 97, it's going to generate a completely different set of wallets again. It's going to be C1, C2, C3, etc. And each of those will be separate separate organizations, separate security, because if somebody finds your 12 seed words and you use no passphrase, he has direct access to it. But if you have your seed word and your passphrase, somebody would have to find both of them to get access to your crypto. So if you store your passphrase separately, you have more security from it. So passphrase creation. Ideally 12 to 36 characters, so it's not easily brute forceable, 12 plus, but also not too long, 36, because you do want to have an easy way of writing it down or have your backups in steel later. Theoretically, the max length on the Trezor is 50 and on the Ledger it's 100. So you have to be careful with that before you create it. Ideally, you use numbers, letters, ideally one non-dictionary word, so it's harder to brute force, And I would suggest to stick to upper or lowercase letters, because again, it's going to be hard with deciphering on the backup in steel. Is it like a capital letter U? Is it a small one? So it's just easier to stick to one. And avoid special characters. You're mostly limited by the metal stamps later on in your security journey. There is the and sign, which you have on spec on cases like this. So this one is the Odin. This one has upper and lowercase. But like I said, I would stray away from it. And then you have the and special character, this squiggly and the Benecreat as well. This one is uppercase only. It has the letters, the numbers, and the and sign. So you'll think ahead of it a bit about it, and then you'll make your passphrase from it. Next, keep your seed words private. That means offline. Best practices: never type your seed words into a keyboard. Never type your passphrase into a keyboard. Never share your words with another person. Never take a picture of your seed words. Never send your seed words by email or SMS. Never store your seed words on the cloud. Never store seed words in a password manager. Lots of people got hacked from this last one. I was super sad. Seed backup. Start with 2 seed word backups in paper. This is usually a small paper that you get with your hardware wallet. And then once you have everything tested, you transition ideally to A2 304 steel or titanium G2 backup. You can find them as washers, or you can find them as a plate. You can have small plates, you can have bigger plates, whatever floats your boat. You should avoid anything that is iron, and especially if it's zinced, because when you stamp it, it breaks the seal, the zinc steel, and then it becomes corroded, it becomes faded, you cannot read it. And laminated paper and paper, they fade over time, they are easily burned, they are getting wet and can just dissolve, and you won't be able to recover from your paper backup anything. Avoid kludgy backup systems. I'm going to show a few pictures about that. And in my opinion, the best are washers and plates. Ideally, you should also have 2 backups in different locations. You can have one encrypted seed words, and then you store your cipher in a different location. This makes it more secure. Or you have alternatively the passphrase, and then you have the seed words in one location and then the passphrase in a second location. So again, it's separated, so somebody would have to find both to restore and get access to your wallet. Always test your backup. If it works, then you can burn the paper backup. And attempt to restore from your backup yearly. This way, you know that it works. You know you have your peace of mind. You know how to do it, and you make sure that everything is up to code. This is one of those kludgy systems. You heat them, they warp, they break, they're flimsy. Try to avoid those systems. Really get something like really sturdy, like a plate. And here is also the difference between engraving and stamping. Stamping is way clearer and better. This is why I suggest always stamping. And here is an example for a torch test. These are M8 washers with A2 steel. They are heated. A house fire burns up to 1,400 degrees Celsius. This torch is a bit hotter because it's melting it. But even after melting and separating, you can still see that the backup is completely clear. You can restore your seed words from that. And they survive major damages. Corrosion is not an issue and so on. So that's great. Here's what backups would look like. You can get them really thick and big if you want, or you can have smaller backups. You can get them up to like 3 washers thin. And how would you do that with the words? You can use one word per washer or double-sided. So you have, if you have a 24-word seed, you have double-sided, you can put them on 12 washers. One word, the number of your seed word, and then redundancy, this would be the bib number. If you want it a little bit more compact, you can go with 3 words on one washer, and then double-sided, you double up. And the most compact I could get it to is 4 words. So if you have 4 words, double-sided, 3 washers, you get the 24 seed word onto that one. And it's very tiny. And this is what it would look like, how you make your seed backup. You have a little jig. You don't really need it, but it's easier with, so that it's stamped. Check, you go letter by letter, and then you have your seed words on your plate.
I have bought these exact jigs from BPK Dust Bomb, and I've made my own seed phrase things with these. So they're fucking awesome.
Never leave it on exchanges. Revoke approvals frequently.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people, including myself at times, have not taken enough time and effort into the security aspects of ensuring your assets are going to be your assets forever.
And that's an important thing, is like, what even is security? It's secure until it isn't. You know, it's like I've never used my steel security seed phrase things. I've always got my not passport, but my paper ones that are perfectly fine and acceptable and usable until they aren't. Like it's great, and I've man, it is so tedious stamping 12 words into 12 different little washers and rings and things. But like, he brings up some great points here. It's like, look, like, you know, your paper could get destroyed in a freak flood, or it could it could like get washed down the drain, or your car could burn up, or your house might, you know, fall over or something, and you don't have that piece of paper anymore, and it's like, fuck, what do you do then? You know,
for example, if
I don't know if this is a great idea, but another thing that is like slightly helpful is being logged into multiple different computers, where all you have to do is type in your password, not necessarily your MetaMask password or your Rabby Wallet password, where it will have your seed phrase stored on that computer, on that Google profile sort of thing. So it's like, that's another way that you can like have it in duplicate, but that brings more avenues of attack if other people want to, like, you know, take your goodies and things. So everything is secure until it isn't, and there's a whole bunch of ways to go about doing things.
Anything security related. And get any free antivirus, for example.
Yeah, I mean, even like a lot of people, when they get into crypto, they just use their hot wallet constantly.
Yep.
And
bro,
VPNs, they don't do
I'm guilty of that for a long time.
Antivirus you should get.
I have never used a cold wallet, never once. I've been in crypto for 6 years, and my life is very high movement, high adaptation. So like, it's just, I've never seen the need for it, and the way that I operate, it is in conjunction with that mindset. But like, cold wallets are fantastic. They are great tools, and they're awesome things for people to have, you know.
Yes, I mean, look, I have my main wallet, hot wallet, right, that I'm using more regularly, and maybe on my phone at times, maybe on my computer, but I have like my Bitcoin and my Ethereum, you know, all in a cold wallet that I'm not, that stuff I'm not touching, you know, like, that just is what it is. But and then I have, you know, my multiple wallets, still breaking my wallets into, I think right now, I don't want to say how many wallets I have, but I have, you know, a decent amount of wallets where I've even just talking about like my Richard Hart ecosystem, like, you know, I have like a decent amount of wallets where my assets are spread out. So if I lose something, it's going to hurt a lot, but it's not going to hurt I'm not going to lose everything.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest, man. I don't even know how many wallets I have. I would say it's upwards of like 24 or 36, like just the number of wallets I have. And I don't keep track of it. It's like, it's all written down. It's all stamped in steel. It's all like, you know, like kept track of in its own fucking asinine different. I have so many different like conjunctions and so many different like backups and so many different like amalgamations of things. It's like
I get out on my YouTube.
I'm not gonna say I'm unfuckwithable,
This is where my 20
but it's
minutes
like
ends. Mati, thank you very
somebody
much.
can get like, you know,
Thanks for
5%
watching. Share the
or
security
something
info
of
with your loved
my
ones.
net value by doing any one particular attack
We
vector.
hope
So
my stuff. Check
I'm
me
okay
out.
with it.
Twitter,
I think it's
YouTube,
all good.
Instagram. Check out my Etsy shop. Thanks for having
Yes,
me.
go to his Etsy shop. Go to
Yeah,
BPK
thank
Dust
you
Bomb's
so much
Etsy
for
shop.
going over
Fucking
those
do it.
critical
I'm gonna find the
details.
link for that
Having
and
security
drop it
as
here.
a part of the Hex Conference is
Yeah, and
indispensable.
send it to me too because I'd love to
And
look at his
you've
Etsy
been a
shop.
community member from the
Yes.
beginning.
Yeah,
So I
do that
really want to
separately.
thank you for speaking at this year's Hex Conference.
I'll turn his thing
Where
up.
can people find more of your content?
Yeah, I'm BPK Das Baum on everything. Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Well,
BPK Das
thank you
Baum,
so much
Twitter, YouTube,
for
whatever.
speaking here, and really appreciate it.
Cheers. See you next time. Bye.
Up next, we have a Wild SJ and Jexa after this short interlude.
Fiddlesticks.
All right, well, I think
right.
we should maybe give a little
You're hopping
sign
off?
up to little people here.
Yeah. Sounds good.
You know, so far, honestly, I think the Hex Conference has been good. You know, I know there's some people that have their own opinions about certain people that are on the conference or in the conference or whatever, but I think that any conference that allows us to get out to new people and to try to onboard new users is positive, and the content that's being put out here is high value. Maybe not for everybody in the ecosystem, but honestly, I'm still like, even if I've heard a lot of these things before, like being able to rehash them and rethink about them, like, oh shit, I got to make another actuator stake, you know, like, and now I have an LP going, and you know, you can actually, if you go to the HTT.349 farm,
yeah,
you can actually earn 23.2% just by depositing your HTT.349 token. So on top of your hex stake, what you're earning, you don't have to sell your HTTs. You're always going to get your hex stake back. You're earning 23.2%. Like, it's wild how much free money they're giving you.
Yeah, I'm
bro, it's like it's ultimate cheat code. It's ultimate fucking cheat code.
It's really strange. It's just I'm not.
I'll be making more next week.
Free real estate. For the folks at home, if you guys want to find BPK Das Bomb's Etsy shop where you can buy all of these cool things, you go to etsy.com/shop/bomb crypto. And that's bomb the German way. Bravo Alpha Uniform Mike crypto. That is the link to find BPK Das Bomb's super cool and awesome stuff. As a matter of fact, sorry, SJ and Jexa, but I'm going to go ahead and share this tab instead. You guys can check out BPK Das Bomb crypto stuff over here, based out of Portugal. Fucking kick ass. Of these 840 sales, I was one of them, and I bought this one. I bought it was oh no, never mind. I didn't buy this one. I bought a Hex Bitcoin seed phrasing. It's a whole bunch of it's a whole bunch of like washers and bolts and wing nuts and little 3D printed plastic things that are super fucking awesome. Ooh, that one's fucking cool. A stamp holder, and it's got different. Look at that, different little letters and numbers and things that you could do with all your different little metal stamps. But anyways, it's fucking, oh dang it, it took down my screen share, bastard. Share screen, BPK Das Bomb. There we go. All right, we're back in business. So yeah, go to BPK Das Bomb's thingamajigger. You can also get PulseChain cookie cutters and Hex cookie cutters and PulseX cookie cutters. It's fucking kick ass. I got some of these as well because it's like $2. You know, like, why would you not buy a cookie cutter for PulseX for $2? That's fucking sick. Go make your mom some PulseX sugar cookies. Anyways, that's the BPK Das Bomb. That's what I've got for that. Go check him out. Go give him some business. Go give him some love. Tell him that Will sent you. And we'll see what he has to say about that. But yeah, let's bring it bring it back to these people. Brendan, you were saying that you got to go, amigo. Where can the folks find you, and what have you got going on in the near future, amigo?
You can find me at anonymous_bean on X. You can find me in the Telegram, where I am there every single day talking to each and every one of you. I will not be on the Sunday show this week because I am going to be in Disney World. I have to be in Orlando for work next week, and we're going down to Disney for the weekend, so that'll be fun.
Nice. You just escaped Florida, and now you find yourself going back. You can't fucking help yourself, Brandon. Brendan.
Well, I mean, my work's sending me there for work, so that is what it is.
Yeah.
But honestly, I don't mind Florida. It's a good place to visit. It's just not always a place that maybe I want to live.
I do like Florida as well. I love visiting Florida. Titusville, Miami, Orlando, the whole works. It's awesome. I've not been to the Keys yet. I got to go to the Keys, but it'll be
Keys are
fucking
great.
sick.
I have a ton of great recommendations when you go.
Excellent. Well, thank you for joining us on this fantastic Hex conference thing, Mr. Brendan.
We'll
talk to you soon. And since you won't be on the Sunday show, I suppose I will see you next Wednesday or the following Sunday. Or, we'll always be in the Telegram. So for the folks at home that don't know, you guys can scan that QR code that's way up there that's kind of hidden right now. But, go to t.me/DRT, join now, and join our community. Brendan, it's been a pleasure having you, broski. I'm going to go ahead and I'm not going to sign off. I'll still be here. I'll just be in the background as the producer. But ladies and germs, boys and girls, ducks and squirrels, we fucking love you guys. And remember to degen responsibly. We'll see you later, Brendan. Love you. Bye. Oh, man, they're talking about the fucking Hex. God damn it. I picked a horrible time to leave. Hang on. I got to turn this volume up.
Join back in a little bit and see where we're at to
fuck.
close that today.
I've got some of these things on order. I need to get back to Texas so I can pick them up.
The furniture in the Hex ecosystem now.
All right, ladies and germs, I'm backing my camera out, but I'll still be here.
We're coming at it from very different angles. I'm very much on the techie side.
Yep.
I'd like to get out and stream occasionally, and you're more the creative side.
And you can still hear me.
That's sort of
You're
where
the
you come
social side. I feel like I'm
Social
very
side.
much just like a social butterfly when it comes to
Yeah.
all this. And I mean, I barely even talk about the core coins. You know what I mean? Like I don't think I've ever pulled up a chart on my own channel, not once.
Yeah, right. Yep. Yeah. So we've got the polar opposite sides of the community here. So that'll be good. We can ask each other a few interesting questions. We spoke about this in the green room, and I think you guys now, hopefully you can sort of give us a bit more detail on the structure and how it's working, but you're obviously in the thick of getting the tablets and the marketing efforts out to people. A lot of us, we see a little bit of a few snippets on Twitter, but I guess now's a really good chance to get some insights into all the hard work that you guys, I know there's a lot of hard work going on and a lot of volunteers. So I think some people, the community needs to appreciate the efforts that are being put in on a voluntary basis, I think. So yeah, it'd be good to get your take on what's going on that side.
Yeah. So, gosh, I don't even know where to start. It's been very challenging as someone who is very social and really likes to talk about things and, wants to tell everyone what's going on all the time. I've had to really dial that back because it's, in my opinion, not really been my place to talk about, all the details of everything that's going on behind the scenes. And at first also it was really, how do I put this? To respect our anonymous donor who, has so wonderfully gifted the foundation all of these tablets, and really just not wanted to let the cat out of the bag, in the way in terms of like, this is something that's never been done before. Like,
So that I'll ask questions, and if you say, Jex, just shut up, I can't answer it.
Sure.
Let's go. So there was a call put out by RH. He said it would be great if some foundations or something popped up where some good work could be done. How did that come about from your side of things? Like what was the trigger for that? And did you just go and fire up a foundation? What was the sort of background thing that was going on there? Was there any little secrets you can divulge there?
Yeah. So before I go into that, I do want to say that if you do have a foundation or a nonprofit in places even if it's in the USA still or outside of the USA, more importantly, please let us know. Like, let someone know. There's a Telegram for it. There's a Simple X chat. Because I know that.
Yeah.
That's
You know,
still being
there's
sought
a
out.
bunch of Aussie guys that have got one set up.
Yeah.
So you're working with
I mean,
those
if
guys?
that's actually set up, like, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, so you're not communicating with those guys currently?
No, because
Okay,
I'm
all right,
so
well,
busy. Like, I'm here right now in terms of
Yeah.
like what I'm doing and like what I've been focused on,
Okay.
right? Like, it's hard to keep tabs on and keep track of like who else is doing what. But yeah, if anyone else already has something like that established, please like DM me or get a hold of our Griffin Foundation, because we want to help make sure that this gets out to more than just the US. You know, even though like this has been like the testing ground in a way, right? Like trying to figure out like what works, what doesn't work. So back to the question though. I think I just happen to be in a social situation where I'm surrounded by a lot of the hardest working people in this ecosystem in terms of like, you know, like different things, right? Like there's a lot, like yourself, right? Like Brandon, right? Like who was just on, lots of people doing lots of different things in different ways. And I feel like the people that I'm surrounded with have wanted, like, are always looking to like, okay, how can I help next? Like, what's the next thing I can do? Right? If they're not coders, not developers, right? Like in a different way. So as soon as this started, you know, being known that there was a nonprofit needing to be built, I ended up being in that social mix of different people who wanted to get those established. And then it turned out that someone else within my social circles, and I don't want to like name names or talk too much about all that. Like, you can figure it out. Like if you go down the rabbit hole and like look up the EIN numbers and stuff like that, I'm sure like all our names are public on records and things like that. I just happen to be a part of all of the nonprofits that exist for this purpose.
I think we're probably one of the most doxed communities.
Yeah.
In terms of everyone's got their face out. We're not just profile pics on X. Everyone, not too hard to find out who I am in real life.
Right.
Sure. So,
exactly.
we've all put ourselves out there. So respect to anyone that's done that for the community. But in this day and age, you can take a lot of heat when you put your real identity out there. So anyone that's done it, congrats.
So it just worked out that there was actually already an established nonprofit whose mission statement was able to align well enough with the, you know, the cause for the tablets that that's the donor decided to go forward with that nonprofit because it was already established. We were ready to go.
Right.
And
that's interesting. So it was nothing to do with, it wasn't fired up specifically for this, and it was nothing to do with the cryptos.
Not that specific one, no. But there are two others that are now established that are in the United States that were created for that purpose specifically. And one of them is very active and has also been doing, you know, there's like it's on like publicly, like there's the Blockchain Literacy Foundation, I think is the second one, and the R.S. Griffin Foundation was the first one. And then there's a third, and I feel terrible that I can't think of their name right now because I'm also a part of it. But
and so from the foundation's perspective, is it totally voluntary?
Yeah, 100%. Yep. This is just what we've decided to spend our time and energy doing. And you know, it's been a real, like, we had no idea. I had no idea this was going to be of the magnitude that it was, or how much time, energy, space, like all of the things that it was going to be. Like, we came into this space where the warehouse is, and originally we had thought we would only be occupying maybe like a quarter, if that, like a very small amount of space. We're like, okay, we could put a desk here, we could put the printer that we need to make the labels over here, and this, that, and it, you know, time and time again, I find within Hexico, within our community, synchronicities just keep happening. So the fact that we are now in the space that we're in, and it holds 2 truckloads of tablets, I mean, it could not have worked out better in terms of this
So
space.
that was a community member that's provided that space.
No, it was actually the friend of a community member who owned this, or not owned the space, but was renting the space at the time. And unfortunately for him, his business ended up going under as our business was starting. So he had to kind of like liquidate everything and get out. But that left us with like the desk that I'm sitting at and like several other, items that we kind of just got to keep because his business ended. And I mean, the timing could not have been more perfect. Like it worked out unbelievably.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you've got a mini warehouse full of how many devices are we talking? We've got any idea?
In here, I think there's at least 200,000 in our warehouse here.
Yep.
And then we have a storage facility that's across the street that has another 500,000.
Really?
Yeah. And another container on the way. And I think this container coming is the last that's coming to us.
Yeah. So you've got, and it is really just trialing something new. So everyone, we've tried to get the word out on X, and that's okay, but you find that you're still in that little crypto bubble, and you need to be able to push outside of our little crypto world into real world where potentially new customers, community members exist. What's been the sort of the thought process behind who you target and how you do that?
So it's gone one way and then back. And the one thing I really appreciate and have really started to understand, and this thought has been instilled in me, is just the persistence, right? Like the fact that we're going to try everything until we run out of options, and then we'll try everything else again. Like, so the original way things were going out, it was a lot of through the US Postal Service. And that was part of the reason why it's important to be going through a nonprofit, is the rates that a nonprofit is able to secure through the US postal system are much better than just sending them out regular postal mail. So that was going really well for a little while. We did get some feedback, and it was not what we expected. It was not, it was frustrating, because it's like you're sending these things out and you're thinking, oh, it's going to be so cool. Like, people are getting this free stuff in the mail. And it felt like, and
people are skeptical when they receive things.
Exactly. Yeah. And take this with a grain of salt, because it's like, this was just a small sampling, right? But the experience that when I was collecting data and feedback about it, it was like, no one read any of the label, right? They looked at it and said, I don't know what this is. We got some returned to us. I got told some got put in the trash right away. Many people would just open it and give it to their kids. Not the worst thing. So that was like originally what was going on. And then we ran into some issues with the Postal Service and our nonprofit status. And they basically were, what's the right word? To us, it seems like it's a misunderstanding of terminology. And they decided that they didn't want to allow us to send out at nonprofit rates. And so that piece of this puzzle came to a halt for now.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that we're not going to do that again. In fact, I'm in the middle of trying to create a new label and finding out if we can perhaps use another similar funnel through USPS that's slightly more expensive than nonprofit, but might also do mass marketing. But it goes
just before we go too much further. Sorry to interrupt your train of thought. So you said you were tracking the efforts, because this is the big thing. So you send a whole bunch of stuff out, and unless you've got some way to monitor the effectiveness of it, you're just pushing things out into the void.
Right.
And that happens a lot with flyers that end up in a mailbox. Unless you've got some way of tracking where the interest has come from. And if it's a company, they can always say, oh, look, where did you hear about us, and collect that sort of data. So how are you going about the collection and analysis of things like you just said? So what happened to the packages? Why did they get sent back? What was the sort of process behind that?
I went door to door.
Seriously? So after they'd gone, sent out, got in your car, went and door knocked and just said, can I ask you what's happened?
Yeah.
That's impressive. That's good.
It was a real interesting
There's
experience.
not too many companies that would get up and do that.
Right. And it was actually better than I expected. Like I did a canvassing job once for one night and had the door slammed on my face. This is like many years ago, and I was like, oh, this is going to be terrible. I'm not going to, but I found that a lot of people were kind of open to talking about it, especially when they found out that it was this thing that we had been giving away. Some people wanted another one. Some people, like I actually had 2 great conversations about crypto. There was a guy that hadn't received one, even though he should have in the neighborhood. Turns out he was one of the guys that was like, oh, give me one of those. He was the roommate of the CFO of FTX and had gone to the first ever Bitcoin conference. So he was like super into crypto, but had never heard of any of the, Richard Hart products. So like, who knows? He has a tablet now, and he might have checked out PulseChain. And then there was a woman in her family, and she was like, I just gave it to my daughter, but my husband and I are actually interested in that. She didn't even realize what was on the tablet. But the moment I started to bring up, that it's decentralized finance and this is what we're interested in teaching people about, she was like, oh, she brought her husband over and we talked for like 20 minutes about it.
Yep. There's a couple of interesting points out of that. We assume everyone knows about PulseChain in the crypto industry. And I can tell you now, most people don't. Like they're all in their own little bubbles. Can you tell me about there's 50 or 60 odd EVM chains out there? I could probably name 10 off the top of my head, and then I start to get a little bit lost. And there's just so many different things that have popped up that there's all little communities around them, but unless you're in that little bubble, you've got no idea. So I think we fall into the trap of thinking we're being gatekept sometimes, and things, when a lot of times it could just be a lack of an awareness.
Yep.
So I think there's still a lot of work that we can do within the industry and within our little crypto bubble, and not just go defense mode all the time. Just don't assume people are out to because they have it in for Richard or whatever. Sometimes it's just a lack of awareness. So you've gone and you've done the canvassing. You've got a little bit of feedback. Now you're talking about what's on the labels, and I think it is pretty important what goes on those labels. Yeah. And not to take away from all the hard work you guys have been doing, I still don't think we've seen like the perfect version of what should go on there without, like, you've got to sell something, you've got to have a bit of a call to action, but you don't want to come off as like scammy or anything like that. So it's a very fine one to tread to get that interest initially. You've got like 2 or 3 seconds for someone to look at this thing.
So this is just a fraction of the iterations of the labels that we've gone through.
Yep. So if there's anyone in the community that is an absolute jet with marketing, graphics, like this is your bread and butter, now's the time to step up.
This is currently what's going out, but we are we're changing this a little bit. We're going to actually add a phone number. So I think
if you have a wall of text, that's hard for people to get over. So you need that visual impact. I think the QR code is really good because it gives someone, like, they'll get their phone out just to find out what's going on and see what it is. And I've seen some guerrilla marketing done the other day, which I thought was just one of those clickbait things on X. But someone had gone around and stuck up pamphlets in a town saying, this is my scummy husband that cheated on me, or something like that. And they had a QR code up there. So people were going and scanning it to find out what the hell was going on. And it was obviously leading them to something else, which I thought was clever just from getting the attention of people. I thought it was pretty clever. I'm not sure if that's the way you want to want to approach it, but it was an interesting sort of way of doing things. And I guess the point was, how do you get that immediate attention and get someone to immediately take action, and getting that tagline right?
Yeah. And the thing is too, is like, they technically don't have to go out from where we are with labels. You know what I mean? Like, that's just an extra step that we're doing. Like, if people want boxes without labels and you want to put your own labels on them, like, by all means, like, do that, you know, like, this is now a very, very much a community effort. And
okay,
you know,
so on that, you've got 400,000 of these things warehoused.
we have almost 800,000, I think.
800,000. So how can community members get involved if they want to get hold of some of these things and trial a few approaches? Obviously,
holla at me. Like, seriously, just send me a DM, send the RS Griffin account a DM. You know, we're always looking for, you know, people that are doing convention, like Hunter, who had you know, previously, like, he helped us out with the van that we've been using to move things back and forth. He's doing a convention, I think, right now. And we sent him 2,500 devices for him to have at his convention. So if you're going to a convention, if you're putting on a convention, you know, anything like that, like, we have boxes for you to have. Like, I can send pallets of these anywhere in the United States. So let me know.
That's good to know that we've got those resources there. It just takes people's initiative to see how we can creatively do it.
Yeah. And that was part of the frustration for me at first, was like, so many people reached out and had great ideas and wanted to send them out and wanted to show them on stream and wanted to do all these things. But because, you know, we're working with someone else, and you know, we wanted to go in a certain order of the way things were going to go, a lot of those ideas were like, hey, but I can't do that right now. You know, we can't do that. So I've actually gone back through a bunch of my own DMs and sent boxes out to people that had in the past been like, oh, I want to like hand these out at my local farmers market, or I want to, you know, do this. So if you've had one of those ideas, if you commented somewhere on a thread about what you want to do with them, please comment again or reach out to me about it, because it's a whole new world right now. And we just really want to get these out and into the hands of people who can do them. If you want to do the paperboy thing, right? Throw them out your window. Like, you can just don't put them in mailboxes. That's a federal offense. Don't do that.
Is that true?
Yeah, you'll go to jail. You cannot put it in a person's mailbox.
Really?
Yeah, you can throw it on their front porch. You can throw them anywhere. You can sit them on top of mailboxes. Totally fine. Do not put them inside someone's mailbox, though.
Wow, that must be a US thing, because
it is.
I wish we had that in our country. So once again, you can tell me to shut up. The direction from an external source, how much direction is coming from an external source?
I can probably not speak to that too much. Yeah, it's just,
so,
you know, our the anonymous donor is, you know, like,
would like to remain anonymous.
Wants this shit to work. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, so there's a lot of just trial and error and trying again and figuring it out, and you know.
So where do we currently stand in terms of, like, you're obviously having a look at different labeling, trying to get that relationship with the Postal Service again?
Yeah, we're looking into a different way to do it through the Postal Service. We've been gate kept. No, I don't want to use that word. We've been working on an Amazon listing for like over a month now, probably almost 2 months. But they've got a lot of red tape with their, like, they need a lot of documentation, because something about it being like a kid's toy, which we didn't list it as a kid's toy. So we're trying to figure, we're getting all this, we have to send paperwork to them and then they have to review it. So we just sent them.
This is just to list an item for sale.
It's ridiculous. Really? Yeah. And the first part of it was because of the lithium battery. And then the second part of it is because of it being like a kid's toy. So I don't know if we just, like, you know, the listing, when I think we had done everything kind of like by the book in the way we were supposed to. And then Amazon was just like, no, you can't list it this way. You have to have this paperwork, send us these, you know, these documents. And that's kind of like like a daisy chain of like, figuring out who's got that document and how I can get it from the manufacturer and, all that stuff. So it's still in the works, and I'm really hopeful that it gets, cleared really soon. Because I think that would be a really great way to get because a lot of people have talked about how, if we get a lot of sales on Amazon, then it gets put on a front page or, it gets seen by more people who are kind of looking for that kind of item.
Okay, so is the hope in that you list a product, and as a community effort, if everyone in the community went and brought one
or two,
one or two tablets, then that drives up your ranking. That's the okay, that's an interesting way to tackle things.
Just to get more eyes on it, anything that gets more eyes on it. Like I've said, conventions, anyone that's doing some kind of conference or is interested in. I had a volunteer who didn't end up going, but had said he was going to go to CES and hand them out in Vegas. I personally went to a different conference in Vegas and handed them out to people. So there's so many different ways to do this at this point. But getting them out in mass is really what I personally want to work on and get, and focus on, because I think that I do think despite it not being as impactful as I think we had hoped, I still think that it's worth getting them out in mass to perhaps more targeted areas. Like the areas we did were targeted. It was basically taking like, where are the most crypto friendly or tech heavy zip codes? And that's kind of how we started, was sending them out to there. So there's a bunch of people in Puerto Rico. I wish Big K was here because he has a really great testimony as to the fact that his neighborhood was buzzing about them because everybody in Dorado got them. So they were all talking about these tablets. And, I think there's a lot more of an impact happening in the real world with communities that get them versus no one's going to, most people aren't posting on X about it.
Yeah. And I think you can do something right, as in you send it out to the right PO boxes and you target the right areas and even you might get the message okay, but the timing is wrong.
True.
So the whole crypto space, and not just crypto, a lot of industries have been swimming upstream over 2025. It hasn't economically, from a macro point of view, it's been pretty crap. People they're struggling to fill their tank with petrol and get food on the table, let alone have disposable income to chuck at speculative things. So I think it might also be a combination of that timing. You've got to get that right as well. And when hopefully, I'd like to think that 2026 is a better year all round from that perspective. It's been pretty grim for a few years. So I think we're due for that turnaround. Maybe if you see a bit of an explosion in terms of like prices go up across the board in crypto and it's seen as a place where someone can actually start to make a bit of money again, and it's getting those headlines and things like that, I think things will be better received at that point in time as well. So it could just be a bit of that.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's maybe why we haven't pushed the USPS thing again so heavily, because to get them out en masse that way, like maybe that's part of the plan in the background is like just waiting for that. I also think that part of the thought of this whole thing, and what some people have said is it's one of those things where most of the time someone's not going to throw it away. It's the brand recognition, right? It's going to sit around in your house, and then when crypto explodes, you're like, oh wait, don't I have that thing sitting around somewhere that's got those logos on it? Didn't I see that somewhere?
And I think we all know the story with the marketing, and people don't usually take notice on the first touch. And I don't know what the statistics are, but you need so many touch points before someone will start to get that brand recognition. And we, back in the early days of Hex, I think we've seen a bit of that where we had the marketing on, I think we're on a football field in the UK, the taxi stuff, like that was awesome stuff. And it got a lot of attention. And the reason why it got a lot of attention, both like outside of crypto, But inside of crypto, as people were just up in arms, like, I can't believe Richard's doing this, or Hex is here and Hex is doing that. So I was that sort of guerrilla outrage marketing worked a little bit in our favor then. So I don't think you can underestimate the importance of those little touch points, and it's just see that logo once, and then you're out with your friends, or you see something come up on X or something like that, and you see that logo again. Oh, hang on, I'm going to check that out. The other piece of the puzzle. Okay, so we send out all these devices, and we've got it catchy enough where the images and there's a QR code or something they hit on. The next part is, have we got the onboarding right from that point?
Right. Like the follow through, right? That's actually something that someone on our team is working on right now in terms of like, how can we make sure that the follow-up happens? Because that's how I got in, right? I feel like that's how the majority of people got in, is that you had another human being, right? Like hold your hand, so to say, and walk you through the steps. It was a very personal thing, a person to person, like kind of interaction. So
we call it onboarding for a reason. Like, it takes to do it.
Yeah. And I think even if we did have the ease of use via dApps or websites, I think it still would take that human interaction in a lot of places, because you trust, you trust your friend, you trust that person, you trust the expert, right? And you want to have them be the ones to kind of like be like, okay, cool, like, here, that's cool that you're interested. Now let me show you how to do it, right? Like, so that's definitely a huge piece that we're thinking about. If anyone has any, suggestions, ideas, right? Like, and that's a whole huge community thing that we need to work on together.
Yeah, and that's not just it is a little bit trickier in Pulse, but it is getting easier. And when someone says, "Oh, that sounds great, but how can I get it?" And if you're like, "Oh, I think this is going to be like a 3-day conversation and a 3-day thing to get them on board," like, we need something that you can just say, "Oh yeah, just go here and this will get you started." And if you can get someone from a credit card or whatever, or PayPal, or I'm not sure what you guys use over there, into Pulse or Hex easily, that's where we've got to end up. And I don't know whether ProveX is maybe.
I was just going to say that. Yeah. I'm hopeful that is part of the solution. I think it may be.
Yeah. I think that's the one thing we don't seem to have. And if you can go from like the app on your phone seamlessly across, that removes a lot of friction. And what's also good about that is the community gets to create that market. So if someone needs to come in and buy these tokens, well, where are they going to get them from? They're going to get them from a pool of people that are providing that liquidity there. So it is very much community driven on that side as well. So that's my hope out of the ProveX side of things. That's what I'd like to see, is some of those walls broken down, because I think that is key.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree.
So we've got 90 people in chat watching this live.
Hi, people.
So if there's any questions that you think I've missed or you want to ask SJ, by all means, fire them in there, and we'll see if we can get ourselves in trouble and get told to go away again for asking appropriate questions. I think it's nice to.
Jexa, I want to thank you for what you've built and what you're doing, because as someone who uses Starlink and lives in a bus, having protocols like what you've built there, it's vouch, right?
Vouch. Yep.
Yeah.
No, thanks for that.
That's invaluable to me, because I can't run a validator. So that's doing liquid staking is like really the only way for me to go.
It's a good chance for everyone to share in the natural yield in PulseChain. So yeah, I think it was important for me to make sure that tool's out there for everyone.
Yeah.
Love it.
We've got time for some quick Hex stats. I haven't looked at the stats on Hex for a little while, so I'll quiz you guys. Chat, let a peek and go to the website that's got all the stats. So, what is the total % of supply staked?
I'm gonna guess 93%.
You've been cheating, haven't you?
No.
You've looked.
No. Seriously?
That's pretty damn close, man. That was a good effort. That was 92%. Well done. So total, I don't know if anyone knows this, total supply of hex?
Not techie. I don't know. I don't know any of these things.
Maybe, is it 20 billion? No. Wait. 600 million. Billion. 600 billion.
You're on the ball, Matty. 633.5 billion. Of that, how much, you'll be able to do this if you're good at maths, how much of that is in circulating supply? We knew how much staked was, so.
Maybe 20 billion?
50 billion.
Okay.
This is the one that shocked me. So, SJ, were you around for when Hex first launched?
No.
Okay, so the share rate when it first launched to buy one T-share was how many Hex? Maddie, you should know this one.
33,000 or 3,333.
I think it was it 10,000? We start off at 10,000 Hex per
Oh,
T-share?
for a 15-year stake or for a 1 day stake?
Yeah, you're getting quite nerdy. Yeah, I think it was 10. I think the base rate was 10,000.
Yeah.
What do you think it is to get a T-share now in Hex terms?
SJ, got a guess?
369,000.
I'm gonna guess 35,000.
It is currently 43,000.
Wow.
Which
expensive.
that shocked me. I was we've been here a number of years now, and it's just sort of slowly crept up and up. So T-shares are rare little things now. Numbers. I won't hammer you too much more. I just thought it was interesting to see some of those quick things. And Matty, you're on the ball, mate. If you had asked me those questions, I wouldn't have been able to give you the answers.
Well, I'm running the HEX conference, so I got to have some sort of idea of like what's going on here.
That's street cred. Very good.
Well, and I think I saw earlier today, it's up to something like $333 million has been sacrificed for ProveX by the OA, and there was something like 16 million of the user supply that sacrificed. So yeah, those numbers are going to be really interesting for Buckamentals and Hexus Danny Dillon to go over tomorrow night at this time.
Yeah, so we've got like another 4 or 5 days to run before the whole SAC phase is complete.
It's actually it ends the UTC time of the 9th, which is it's always been the HEX conference has been January 6th through 9th. So it'll be ending basically the moment that the 4th day of the HEX conference goes live here in the United States on Friday at 6 p.m.
Okay, so you've got Buck is coming on to run through the numbers. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he's he and Dylan, who ran the largest pool sacrifice, they're going to be speaking actually tomorrow night. So that'll be like 20 hours before or 20 or whatever. Like it'll be basically the night before the end of the sacrifice.
So I think we'd have a pretty good picture by then, you would think.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. This is exciting because I think Richard had hinted that basically ProveX, maybe they'll launch the token before the protocol is even ready and that sort of thing. And yeah, so who knows? Maybe a January launch. Maybe only 2 more weeks.
Oh man, it was so funny going from working in video game dev world to crypto, and that phrase holds in both worlds. Just 2 more weeks to launch, just 2 more weeks, guys, and then I came over here and it's the same thing. It's very silly.
Right. I've just someone in chat's just been putting some ideas for marketing SJ, so I've just taken a screenshot of that so we can.
Thank you.
I'll pass it on.
I hope it's not the Somali daycare one.
You get a lot of funding that way, I hear.
Ugh, Lord. Oh, man.
I don't even know where to start on that.
There's actually there's one person I've been talking to that I'm really hopeful that this works out. It won't be until the spring, but they have an idea of getting it through a network of firefighters, and it would be something like 350,000 tablets would be going through this like network of people, and that'd be a whole lot off what I got. Maybe it was, I want to say 350,000. Might have been 35,000. Either way, thousands of them going out. Yes, please.
Right. And especially to a group of people that are well connected. And I think in Hex, we already see that there's networks of people, people who have served in the military, people who are nerds, like people who are early into crypto, people who were saved by Richard speaking against FTX and that sort of thing. There are these clusters of people who have really taken to Hex.
Yeah, I think the voices of those clusters will get a lot louder as market conditions change as well, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. In it for the long haul, guys, huh? It's good to be here.
Yeah. Well, thank you both so much for coming on and speaking. I really appreciate it. And this is part of what makes the HEX conference so great, is that we get so many topics, especially with this marketing campaign and the the nonprofit and everything. This is a critical part of the HEX story right now.
Yeah.
And I think, especially when we see Hex do its next big thing, I think, people will be looking back at these types of moments and hearing from SJ and Jexa, like this is the true alpha. So thank you both so much for being on.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us on, Manny.
Where can people find you guys if they're just listening audio wise and they're not looking at the screen? Jackson?
I'll go YSJ has a coughing fit.
Yeah.
So on X, it's J_Jexa. If you want to follow the project that I'm pretty keen on, which is Vouch, go to vouch.run, and from vouch.run you can link out to all corners of that ecosystem. But that is liquid staking on Pulse, so very much supportive of the PulseChain ecosystem. So yeah, check us out there.
Awesome.
And I am at AWildSJ everywhere. YouTube, X, Instagram. You can find me on all the socials. Even I think LinkedIn is also my at AWildSJ. So changed it all. This is my identity forever.
Awesome.
But yeah, that's it. And then the RS Griffin Foundation as well. I'm a big part of that. So
awesome.
If you've got cool marketing ideas or can help out SJ and the team, reach out. Don't just be sit in the background and criticize. If you've got ideas, they can use your help.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, I'll let you two hop off, and I'll go over the final details here as I wrap up the last minute or two here, and really appreciate having you guys on.
All right.
Thanks, man.
Bye.
Awesome. Thanks. All right, so we're halfway through the 6th annual HEX conference. We've had so many great speakers. There's about 50 total people who are speaking over these 4 days, and super grateful to everybody who's come on. Tomorrow, Thursday, starting at the same time as always, we're going to hear a back and forth between Johnny Chaos and Crypto 7. Then the second hour will be Aubrey DeGray who raised $27.5 million for longevity through PulseChain. And he'll be giving us updates on the longevity progress that he's making. Then really excited for a panel between Hexologist, Cabana Crypto, and Crypto Coffee 369. And finally, the last hour tomorrow is going to be Buckamentals and Hexistani Dillon, who ran the largest sacrifice pool for ProveX, which of course is the new technology that could help Hex and PulseChain reach a larger audience. And then on Friday, we've got Zenith doing a legal update. We've got Nerd Girl 007, and then a panel from Kareem, Fast Abdul and Brissology, and Wendy's for Tendies has joined that one. So that's going to be really exciting. And then there's going to be a power panel of 9 participants in the third hour: Axis Alive, Big Kurkowski, Hexfire.io, Fast Abdul, Toby1 Hexobi, Whitney Magic, Giga the Mentor, Rachel Laub, and myself. And then we're hoping and praying that we'll get a video from the Hex founder, Richard Hart, there. We've kind of etched out that 4th hour on the 4th day to see if we can get anything there. And I also really want to thank Switch.win and Brandon Davis for making a donation to the Hex Conference. We're still in the red, and so we haven't broken even yet on this conference with the StreamYard fees and the way that we're protecting privacy for the speakers with SurveyMonkey and domain names and this and that, conference badges. So if you're willing to make a donation, you can send crypto to Mati, MATI.eth, or Mati, MATI.pls.fyi. Those are 2 ways that you can help contribute. And finally, I want to make a huge shout out to Rachel Laub. It's Crypto Bestie on Twitter. She has volunteered to run the green room, and the conference wouldn't be possible without her help. You know her as Fashion Coder, and so a portion of any donations that you make will be given to her as a way to compensate for her time and for helping to make the conference possible. So that's about all we got for tonight. Go ahead and hit the like and subscribe button and share this out. And as always, stake wisely, my friends, and peace out. Till tomorrow.
See a brainologist and a fashion coder. Get your crypto heartbeat up before it's over. Check my post. Stop by Kaiser to stay bull run ready. Needy is not tired. And on the corner of Westcott meets yes. Saw a picture of Rich in Georgia in a wedding dress. Yes. Hard Priller class teach fools. Met a pirate. Johnny's chaos broke loose. Heard a hex siren and SJ appeared. But I saw whales only, no dolphins on the pier. Cosmic Cowboys saw the street I was on. When Whitney did her magic and Toby Wan's Padawan. I wore a couple shirts while waving goodbye and said RH Jackson. Access was alive. Then I met Corey, a big time investor. Met another Corey, intellectual aggressor. Robbie got me hyped, now we dance carefree. And Julie got her dress on with Lindsay and Marie. This be passion in crypto. Ask Black KC, Forrest, Robert, Quinn, and David Lee. Sandy Beach sounds good. The Black Hexican winning like some Hexican or DJ from Polybar Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the PulseChain Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA.